timeout. People that don't know how to use that bathroom get a timeout. Tell them, chat. You don't give a damn about that damn crime. You need to start telling people you gotta go to that damn pot. Over here crying because you got whooped and you gotta lay down. Well, I don't want to have to clean up shit all the time.
Yo! Okay, see ya!
I be trying to tell this nigga, chat. This little nigga don't know me. We don't do all that shit. Feel me? Just work, start telling people he gotta use that bathroom, he laying down. Well, I done told you so many times. Weird. One nigga like in the stove, try to run, but you know too slow. 5 shots you straight to the door.
この姿でも目と戦うことになるなんてな。
せいぜい俺の足を引っ張らないことだな。
Man, why does camera keep changing like? Boy, I done told you so many times, all you gotta do is tell me you have to go to the pot. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You don't know how to do that.
この姿でも目と戦うことになるなんてな。
せいぜい俺の足を引っ張らないことだな。
I understand what's going on. Telling people you gotta go to that pot. Feel me?
I'm not gonna go easy.
All right, now it's my turn.
さて、俺の相手は誰だ？この体を試すいい機会だ。トレーニングに付き合え。
Oh, come now. Not even my own imposter would stand a chance against me. We shouldn't be breathing the same air. I only resort to blue if it's necessary. Gross-looking urchins like you are beneath me.
All right, let's both give our all.
Going down.
Good hit back there. But now,
some kind of mistake. Die!
This is all that's left.
Going now.
Waiting for me.
Here goes. Try this one. Your death will be painful. Over here! Down! 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 And you! Down! 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 Over here! Over here! You're helpless here. I can't be stopped. I show you a good time. Victim. Fighting. Take this! No! You're going to take this! This time! No! Wow! Take this! Down!
Okay, I guess.
Stay back. Eat this.
Don't piss yourself. Take that!
Eat this. Eat this.
I bet Dad'll be angry. Come on!
I'm not done.
Saints don't quit under any circumstance.
That's it. Hey, hey.
I'm not gonna go easy.
Pay attention. Fooled ya. Fooled ya. Fooled ya.
There sure are some strong fighters out there. Shut your mouth. Don't underestimate me.
Pay attention. Oopsie, the kid gloves are off. Lightning, surprise attack!
Now I'll finish you. Go!
Hey, good.
Like I said, you can leave the safety of the Earth to me from now on. Cool?
We shouldn't be breathing the same air. You better know by now, I don't hold back. Here goes! This ends right now. Shall we begin? No need to get serious. You're hardly worth it.
I'm not done yet.
You're going down. Going down.
I need to get my act together. Eyes up! I sure could learn something from you. And the way you fight.
This
Take this!
I can't believe it.
Give up, loser! Oh no! Wow, I can't believe how good you are. Here goes! I'm not gonna go easy. Here goes!
That's it. No more games.
That was close. There sure are some strong fighters out there.
Time to go wild. After him! Time to go wild! Okay, Wolf Fang Fist! Time to go wild! Okay, Wolf Fang Fist!
引っかかったな。
Shit!
誰だ。
Hiya!
こっちだ。
Cocky little freak! Time to go wild!
このままでは。俺を舐めるなよ。よっ。
Can't give up yet! Time to go wild!
貴様の遊びはこれまでだ。まだまだ。くたばりやがれ。
Just leave the rest to me!
Monkey out the way.
All right! I'm not.
まだまだ。一気に決めてやる。この俺には追いつけんぞ。この俺には追いつけん。誰だ。
I won't let you win!
Oh, bitch.
悟空の仲間。大したものだ。
Damn. What you gonna
I am the...
よし。
I won't let you win! I got you better!
この。
Not bad!
いつも通りの戦いができたな。
We shouldn't be breathing the same air. You better know by now, I don't hold back. Gross-looking urchins like you are beneath me.
If I can't count on Dad or Vegeta, I guess it's all up to me.
Over here! You're out! Shoot! You're going down! You'll pay for that. Don't underestimate. Hello. You'll pay for that.
Over here.
This must be some kind of mistake.
Over here.
Not as washed up as I look.
You'll pay for that.
Over here.
I thought I could do it.
Over here. Over here.
I gotta get serious.
Try this one.
Over here.
I'm not gonna hold back. Try to keep up.
Oh, finish now!
It all comes down to this.
You're going down!
Say your prayers.
You're going down!
Switch out. Not yet.
Over here!
Here goes! That was close! Wow!
No way.
I can't believe it!
This is the end for you.
There sure are some strong fighters out there.
Let's switch! You won't! I can't be stopped! Over here! Take this! Over here!
終わりに
Something beyond my strength's limit.
こいつだ引っかかったなくそ思うようにいかんなこいつだ
Bro, I thought they had a cooldown. I thought that had a cooldown.
It's not the end.
Bro, I could have won the last.
こいつだまた
Bro.
終わらん。
No holding back now.
悟空の仲間だ。大したものだ。この程度。あげる。しまった。それだ。何か策を考えないか。この程度。大したものだ。よし、こちらが優勢だ。逃がさ。ここからが本番だ。かわせるか。まだ。食らえ。
I'm gonna wrap this up! Spirit Ball!
Bro,
大したものだ。
Let's go crazy!
遅いて。
I'm gonna wrap this up! Spirit Ball!
この程度。やめてったわ。大したものだ。いつも通りの戦いができたな。
I'd better keep my guard up. If I'm not careful, this one will make a real mess.
No need to get... You're going down!
Good hit back there. But now, it's my turn. Here we go.
Here goes!
I'm not done yet.
Don't enter this end right now. No, begging to be slain. You're going down. This ends right now. Here goes!
これだ。
Oh, you'll pay for that. right now. Gotcha now. Let's dance. This ends right here.
Give up, loser!
Kakarot!
Don't piss yourself! Take that! I bet Dad'll be angry. I'm not gonna go easy. Now I'll finish you! Go! Come on! Shut your mouth!
一気に片付けてやる
Well, that was a total waste of time, wasn't it?
Try this one.
Good hit back there. Do you want to see? I've been break through the limit! Me! Come on, there you are! Take me away!
You were savage! Take this! No way! Take this! Oh! Your death will be painful. Take this! Take this! Can't be stopped! You're helpless here. Take this! Take this!
引っかかったな。誰だ。
Over here!
この俺には多い。こっちだ。
You were born! You're going down! Take this! Take this! You're helpless here. Over here! Take this!
こっちだ。
Take this! I'm too much!
Oh, damn. Ah!
In this form, I am unstoppable!
Oh, that's funny. That was funny. He got hit by his own blast and died. Nah. That nigga got hit by his own blast and died.
We shouldn't be breathing the same air.
Hey, no fair.
I have to fight for my dad's sake, too!
No need to get serious. You're hardly worth it. You're out!
Oh no! Pretty good! What? Take this!
All right, leave it to me. I'm not done yet.
This must be some kind of mistake. You're less than nothing. Die!
Good. hit back then. But now, it's my turn.
You're going down.
I'm not done yet.
You're out. You're going down.
This is all that's left of my puppy.
My turn now. I got this.
Hello.
Let's do this.
That should suffice. Let's dance. This one's right here. Oh, you begging to be slain?
That chance. No escape.
Hey for that. Over here.
Do that. Let's go.
Give up, loser!
Do that.
Come on!
Eat that. How'd you like that?
I bet Dad'll be angry.
Got you.
Ow!
All right, now I'm your opponent. Take this.
I'm not gonna go easy.
Ready for the next round?
Here goes! Don't underestimate me! Come on!
Come on. Do that. Come on. Nope.
Now I'll finish you! Go!
All or nothing. Come on.
There sure are some strong fighters out there.
I can still fight. I got this.
Stupid! Well, that was a total waste of time, wasn't it?
Oh, he didn't want to do that.
We shouldn't be breathing the same air. You better know by now, I don't hold back.
俺に挑むとは命知らずなやつだ。
Must I dirty my hands fighting trash? Going down. That should suffice.
引っかかったな。惜しい。ここだ。
You pay for that. Going down. Hello. Are you begging to be slain? You can't run. You fool! Let's dance. This ends right here. Try this one.
Oh God! You gotta get some help back, bro. Hurry up. Throw them fires.
Okay, I guess. Yeah.
Fuck that nigga. Throw them key fires, nigga. Every time I die,
You're mine! Done yet?
Don't think I'll give up.
Over here!
Come on!
You're mine! Over here! Done yet?
Stupid!
Over here!
Come on! I won't let you beat me! Not gonna go easy. Here goes. Don't underestimate. That was close.
Over here. 終わりにしてやるぜ。こっちだ。
I'm tired of your games.
もっと修行しろ。俺のトレーニング相手になれるようにな。
Beauty of my caliber is never fleeting. You better know by now, I don't hold back. Cybermen. Ugly little things, aren't they? This must be some kind of mistake. Hello.
All right. Good hit back. Now, it's my turn.
Useless. Let's dance. It's right here. You can't run. You're out.
Damn!
Don't piss yourself. Take that!
Kept you waiting, huh?
That was close. There sure are some strong fighters out there. Come on! Take
Alright, keep going.
終わりにしてやるぜ。こっちだ。投資。
You can risk it. All right. What? How's this? What? All right.
I'll let you stop
大したものだ。ここからが本番だ。
Take this!
何か策を考えないと。そこだ。この程度。遅いな。いつも通りの戦いができたな。
Beauty of my caliber is never fleeting.
Zarbon, what have you got against my people, huh?
You Saiyans are completely useless without backup, huh? You moron! You're going down! You're out! What? my guard down. Get lost! You moron! I'm not done yet! You're in my way! This must be some kind of mistake! This will change everything! Your fate as well! You're out! What? You're going down! Not bad. Begging to be slain? Over here! Lose to you! Time to finish this! Over here! You're out! This ends right now. Got it! Done! Eat this! Try this! I can't believe it! You're going down! How sad! You really are! You're out! Let's dance. This one's right here. Over here. You're going to die.
Give up, loser!
Had enough of you. You're done!
That was close. Get ready! Wow, I can't believe how good you
Not just going to roll over. I know.
All right, how about this? Finish Buster!
Got you.
I won't let you beat me. That was close. Come on. Oh no. You're mine.
Eat this. Sit back and...
I'm not gonna go easy.
You moron.
貴様は引っ込んでいろ
You bore me.
まあまあこっちだ
What?
Ready for the next round?
よしやるぞいい気分だぜ誰だ一気に片付けてやるこっちだ
Good hit back. I need to get my act together. Eyes up! I sure could learn something from you. And the way you fight!
くそ思うようにいかんな誰だ これがスーパーサイヤ人を超えたスーパーサイヤ人のビッグバンアタックだ。こっちだ。まあ腕試しにはなったな。
Hey,
Beauty of
you
my
said what?
caliber is never
Oh,
fleeting.
Shit, I was just trying to find somebody else to play with type shit though.
You better know by now, I don't hold
Oh yeah,
back.
yeah, little Vegeta and Goku on here, but Vegeta's the only one that can go Super Saiyan 4. I mean 3. But the next DLC, Goku should be able to get Super Saiyan 4.
Try this one. Your death will be painful. Must I dirty my hands fighting trash? You're going down. You're out. What? Got you. Don't unring! I've got to stay alert. No. Useless. Die. Almost. You're out. You're going down. You're out. Hello. Are you begging? Solar flare! Over here. This ends right now.
What's that?
Shall we?
Hey,
You fool!
pay attention. 俺が変わる。キャッチ。この。無駄だ。どうだ。大したものだ。What now? I don't think so. Pay attention. ここからだ。Hey! Hey! What now? どうだ。この。よ。めはめは。ここからこの程度。これ。 Finishly, I've overcome my greatest weakness.
電気にはこういう使い方もある。そこだ。
What now?
You okay? Now I'm mad!
ここからが本番だ。かわせるか。まだだ。くらえ。
Go easy on you.
ここからが本番だ。かわせるか。まだだ。くらえ。ここからが本番だ。
It took a lot to get this far. There! You're done.
大した。本気で行こう。
Let's do this!
この程度諦めて。ここからが本番だ。かわせるか。まだだ。
Oh no!
くらえ。
Get ready for this! I am Super Vegito! If you really want to dole out some damage, watch it!
動きを封じる。遅いな。仕方ない。切り札を使う。怪我では済まないかもな。これで最後だ。
No way!
俺がやる。
This is Vegito Blue! Now, let's send them.
誰だ。くらえ。
Not bad! Come on, let's finish this! Full power!
よし、やるぞ。これに耐えられるか。キャリックホー。
Shall I get serious?
ぶっ倒してやる。
This is the end for you! Final Kamehameha! Let's do this! Over here!
投資。さっさと張り上がれ。
I'm the strongest! Over here!
引っかかったな。俺をなめるなよ。キャリックホー。何を油断してる。つまらん。
Don't mess with me! mess with me.
No! 俺にこの力を出させたことを誇りに思うがいい。
Jack, I'll be right back. I'm gonna have y'all watch this. It's good to see you, Jack.
Wait, can I just... Bro. This is an insane system, man. Oh my god, this changes the game so much. This is so good. Sure, why not? Oh, wait. Nothing! Literally nothing! It just bounces off of my diamond hard abs. Hello everyone, it's me again, Steve Doja here, back from another Dragon Ball Sparking Zero video. And this DP overhaul is actually crazy. So I'm going to just read out some of the things that this DP overhaul does really quick, because it changes a ton about the game. So some of the adjustments to DP actually do include health increases, damage increases, healing HP over time, huge, healing ki over time, even better, recovering from ki blasts faster, higher damage resistance, higher pursuit limits, faster ki blasts, more ki blasts, high character switch cooldown, faster movements, and higher jumps. But that's not all. There's actually different scaling of tiers when it comes to how DP works in this. And I'm gonna read it because this one's quite long, so buckle up. So if you have one DP higher than your opponent, you are immune from them stunning you for the first 2 rush attacks in their combo. And if the opponent's DP is 2 or less, or if it's free DP basically, you're basically just immune from stun from the first rush attack. So it rebalances how super armor is going to work for a few characters. A good example is that you won't see Mr. Satan making Dodoria like shake with his first few punches, rather than Mr. Satan just not being able to make anybody shake with his first few punches. If your DP is too higher than your opponent, then you're immune from stun from the first 3 rush attacks and also immune to rush ki blasts. And if your DP is 3 higher than an opponent and you have above 75% health, then you're immune from all rush attack stun and you're immune to rush ki blast stun, perception stun, level 1 and level 2 smash stun, or if the health is below 75, then you're only immune to stun from like the first few rush attacks and just slightly immune to certain other attack stuns. That's pretty much it. Pretty massive changes, where it starts to really ramp up when we get around here. If you have 4 DP higher than your opponent, then you're just immune to all rush attack stun, period. Like, no rush attacks are going to stun you. And you're also immune from rush ki blast stun, meaning that rush ki blasts will never slow you down. Perceptions don't stun you, and level 1 and level 2 smash attacks also don't stun you. But wait, we can get even sillier. If you have 5 DP higher than an opponent, then you're immune from all rush attacks, all rush ki blasts, perception, level 1 and 2 smash, and you are much faster. At 6 DP, 7 DP, and 8 DP higher than the opponent, you are immune from all rush attacks. You're also immune to rush ki blasts, perception, level 1 and 2 smashes, also immune to revenge counter stun, throws, and also faster than if you were just 5 DP faster than your opponent. Actually, when you get to DP 8, you are also immune to blast supers and ultimates. I think they mean stuns from blast supers and ultimates. And again, I want to remind you guys, most of these changes really only apply to characters like Hercule and Chaozu. Hercule and Chaozu are the only characters who are going to be like 8 DP less than someone. And if you have 9 DP or more than your opponent, then you're immune to just every stun period, and you're as fast as like the 8 times DP buff. It's insane. Now, the thing is, it doesn't even end there. You probably think, well, that's kind of, you know, insanely broken. This is just a broken mod showcase. This mod showcase actually also has a DP overhauler system for certain characters. A good example is that certain other capsules in the game have just been replaced with Dragon Balls that override your DP count. So you could turn Hercule into a 15 DP character. Now, I know you guys want to see what a 15 DP character looks like, but I'm going to save that for the end of the video, all right? I'm gonna make that the final video. I just want to show off the DP system as it is, because this actually also comes with, finally, a new customization option. If you go in outfits, you can actually pick power scaling. This enables the mod. You don't have to have this on. If you have it off, then the mod will not be enabled. You will not be affected by the DP change. But for the sake of this video, I would like to actually show off the DP changes. I do want to show off something kind of crazy, so let's start with the 5 DP change. That was pretty absurd. So I will be a Super Saiyan Goku, or at least a Namek Goku when he was on Namek, and then he goes Super Saiyan, right? I'll be Namek Goku, and I'll go from Super Saiyan or from base to Super Saiyan, and that should accurately show off like how insane the differences are. Like, if you want to, like, activate it, you just put on power scaling. I completely forgot about boosted transformation. Let's talk about it. Boosted transformation makes it so that when you transform, you go sparking mode right away on transformation. So I'm going to enable that, but for now, let's just only equip power scaling on Goku. So DP override 10. We will make Frieza a 10 DP character. This will now give him the stats of a 10 DP character, and also turn on power scaling as well. I don't want to give him boosted transformation. He really doesn't need any extra stat buffs. We will put on a set. I think I'll put on my first set, so that way I have extra health and I can fight back a little bit better. Okay, I do believe that the DP increases come with AI difficulty increases. Oh my god, look, Frieza has. He also has high defense. Oh my god, his defense is super high. Look at that. His defense is super high. Oh my, yeah, wow. 9 hits and only 3.6 damage. Okay, alright. So he's an, you can make actual boss fights with this mod. Let's see how much damage a super attack does to him. May. 4.6. So this is an actual boss fight mod. Wow, holy crap. Okay. So he's a lot stronger than he normally is. He's definitely got. We're not gonna avoid that. So again, at 5 DP, I basically can't stun him unless if he's transforming already. So 80. So this should make him an 11 DP character. I can't remember how high of a DP for. Oh yeah, look, he's got armor now. Yeah, he has full armor now because he's now 11 DP. Oh my goodness. Okay, he also should be considerably faster than me now as well. Those are some of the buffs he gets from this. We are not getting hit by that. Hold this. Yeah, 3,000 damage on a Kamehameha. We are in a bad way right now. So instead of letting this continue, I think I'm gonna go Super Saiyan right now. And oh, he even charges slower because of his higher DP. All right, so we're gonna go Super Saiyan, and that's gonna make us go Sparking as well as give us a DP edge and a huge stat buff. So yeah, now we're in Sparking. I think I'm gonna get hit by this. Oh! How much damage is that gonna do? Okay, 11k. It's because we are boosted as well. We're boosted as well. There we go. Through his armor. Okay. Ooh. Come on. Yes! Ah! Okay, now I'm mad. Hell yeah. Alright, let's keep going, Goku. Let's keep going. Okay, I actually see Angry Kamehameha is disabled. I'm not sure if that's because I boosted my transformations. Oh. But it's disabled right now, unless if it's working on Xenoverse rules where I can only use it on low health. But I'm actually able to do a bit better damage to him. He is still nightmarishly strong. And yeah, I also charge slower too now. Look at that. It's basically a big balancing mod. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh my good. Okay, he only did 5k because we are boosted. We are stronger. Our transformation is way stronger than it should be. So, okay. Nope. Yeah! Take that, Frieza. But there's more. Ah! Oh, he's fine. I thought that was going to take him out. Okay. It seems like Angry Kamehameha is available now. It might be locked behind Xenoverse rules. Yeah, now we have it. Okay. I'm just watching out for him doing a sudden you'll die by my hand. I want to see if I can get this lore accurate beam clash. Oh, I think no. Our key does seem like it drains slower. Oh no. He fires out so quick. Okay, damn, he's talking like a boss battle. So we're gonna flip the switch, and we're gonna see what it's like when we become the 10 DP character and he's the one who stays the same. Okay, Goku is surging with power. I haven't even started yet, and he is ready to go. So I'll probably need to take these items off. I don't know, I feel like he could just kill Frieza in 2 hits right now. Bro has more ki than you by Goku right now. Buddy, chill. Frieza ain't going nowhere. He's right there. Man, he's extra mad about Krillin's death. He's still surging with ki? In the intro? Oh my god, okay. I feel like making Goku 10 DP kind of turned him into God. We only need to watch Frieza's intro, so... Oh my god, look at my stats. Okay. So Frieza's health is like that because of the items he has equipped. My health is like this because I'm 10 DP. I didn't even feel it. 2.6. Oh my god. You know what? Actually, how much damage does this do? Since you're right here, how much damage does this do? Oh, he avoided it. Smart guy, smart guy. Okay. So, I guess we'll just get straight to fighting. Oh, we have armor. Armor is thick as hell. And look at the damage we do to him. Oh, I should say this mod overall has damage adjustments. So, everyone in general just takes less damage than they used to in the base game, even if you choose to not have, even if you choose to not override DP. And yeah, I'm quick as hell. I got armor for days too. Okay, damn. We'll just ignore that. Okay. Woo! You look like you're in a bad shape, Frieza. Okay, are transformations scripted in this game now when characters get a certain amount of health? I don't have any other mod on, it's just this. Unless if this is the mod that's doing it. Okay. Oh, alright. Frieza, I don't feel like going easy on you anymore, so it's time for me to reveal. I am playing as 10 DP DBS Goku. So when I go Super Saiyan Blue, I'm 13 DP. Alright. I'm curious how overkill this is right now. Oh, Frieza's going sparking. Hey, crap, I'll go sparking too. Okay, I charge way faster than him, yeah. You'll turn me into space dust. Rich. Alright. Is he gonna beam clash again? Oh, he's not. It looked like he was doing something else there, but either way, it looks like he's gonna get blasted away. Kame! Ah, boo! Oh, he got hit anyways. He dodged it and then walked back into it. Okay. Yeah, the damage scaling is way different. Permanent armor. Permanent armor. Bro, this isn't even gonna hurt. This isn't even gonna tickle. This isn't even gonna tickle, watch. Frieza, why are you laughing? I'm completely okay. I'm fine, all he did was damage the fit. This is literally what if Goku was super duper over prepared. It's literally that meme, because this is such extreme overkill. Honestly, the game should have this as a customization option. People might want to make 10 DP Hercule, but bro, I just got an idea. I just got an idea for what the last fight's gonna be. I just genuinely just got an idea for the final fight. Oh, okay, tons of armor there, Frieza. Wait, can I just... Bro. This is an insane system, man. Oh my god, this changes the game so much. This is so good. Ooh. What do you think about that, Frieza? Kamehame? Ha! Oh, he's still fine. Not anymore. Kaioken. You could just... Oh man, this is funny as hell. I kinda, low-key, because the way Sparking Zero is right now, I kinda wish that we had these options in the game. If you had all these customization options in the game, people would love this game to death. This is actually super fun. What the hell? Okay, Hercule has the 15 DP thing now, and his key is... He has key. Yeah, wait, he has key in general. What? Okay, well, I feel bad for his victim. I've decided we'll make it Beast Gohan. I think, well, not Beast Gohan, his first form, right? I think DBS Gohan in his base form is literally the exact DP difference. So that way I'm literally immune to all attacks unless if he transforms. If he doesn't transform once, I think I'm actually just completely invulnerable. So we can spar a little and I'll show you. All right, let's see. My health bar. Oh, I'm just God now. I'm still taking damage, admittedly. Probably because of Hercule's base defense. Alright, let's see. Oh my god, I actually do hurt him. Hercule's breaking super armor right now. Oh my god, you can actually do combos now with Hercule. That's crazy. What? First of all, playable Hercule. Second of all, this is nuts. Look how much damage I'm doing. What the hell? Boost it. Let's boost it. Oh, he's lucky. Oh, I charge fast too. Okay, is he not going to go Is he not going to transform? Frieza transformed like right away. Okay. He's in deep trouble if this does damage. He's so screwed if this does damage. What? 2 health bars? What? Oh no, Gohan. Gohan, look, I'm gonna be real. You gotta transform, bro. You gotta transform, little bro. You literally don't face me. You gotta transform. That's funny. I'm not even using false courage. This is just the way I am. Okay, wait. I should be immune to ultimates, apparently, so I'm curious. Let's see. Okay. Well, I'm charging up to max, and we're gonna use our ultimate. We don't need Majin Buu's help, but sure, why not? Oh, wait. Nothing! Literally nothing! It just bounces off of my diamond hard abs. Okay, how much damage is this gonna do? What? And we're not even on the last hit yet. That one-shots every character in the game. That one-shots every character in the game. Oh my god. I'm being serious, this might be an essential mod for Sparking Zero. Because keep in mind, this mod is optional. Right? You could just turn it on and off. It's just a power accessory skill. This is an essential mod for Sparking Zero. Because it lets you customize the characters even further beyond. You can make all of the silly stats and goofy, like, differences by just picking a character and equipping the accessory, and then if you want, putting a DP override on them. That's actually insane. That changes the game so much. Honestly, I think this is probably a really good place to end the video. Because look at my stats, bro. I think this is a really good place to end the video. I don't know how I can sell you on this mod anymore or convince you that this isn't just literal peak fiction. This can turn Sparking Zero into the game that we all dreamed of with the boundless. I mean, we don't have colorable key yet, sure. I'm sure people will make that a mod before the devs actually make it a feature in the game. But oh my god, man, this is so cool. This is insanely cool. 4,000 damage. He didn't do anything, bro. He's really not doing anything. I think this is a perfect place to end the video. I do love you all. I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you fellas all next time. Take care and peace.
Family drama is a nightmare, whether it's your new stepmom nagging you to spend time with your dad or a generational curse that sends your wife to an early grave. This guy just wanted a quiet life far from his dysfunctional hometown, but fate and a creepy doll from hell had other plans. Now he'll have to unravel a decades-old mystery involving ghosts, dummies, and plenty of close shaves with a detective who's hot on his trail. Can he crack the case, clear his name, and avoid taking the rap for his wife's murder? Find out as we break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the dummy's curse in dead silence. Young husband Jamie has promised his wife Lisa a gourmet meal as soon as he finishes up some repairs to the kitchen sink. With no end in sight to his task, his wife playfully suggests ordering takeout instead. But this slice of domestic bliss is soon to be interrupted by a knock at a door, an omen that marks the beginning of the end for the happy couple. In the hallway, Jamie finds a mysterious package wrapped in brown paper and twine. There's no shipping label or return address, just his name scrawled in black ink. They unwrap the strange bundle to find a weathered black case. Inside the case? Oh, just the most unsettling ventriloquist dummy known to man. Fiddling around with her new son, Lisa is reminded of a poem from childhood, something about a woman named Mary Shaw who had a lot of dolls. She can't quite remember how it goes. She places the dummy on the sofa, and the two are surprised to see its jaw pop open all on its own. On that note, Jamie leaves to fetch the takeout while his wife stays home to play with her dolls. Lisa props up the dummy in their bed as a little surprise for her husband. Throwing a sheet over the wooden boy, her attention is drawn to the sound of music playing in the living room. Has Jamie come home with dinner and turned on the stereo? Maybe not. As the music fades, Lisa begins to sense that she's not alone. The dummy is still where she left it, but the little scene she'd staged to scare her husband is giving her the creeps instead. As she reaches for the sheet to double-check her handiwork, some unknown force sends her flying across the room. She desperately tries to drag herself to safety, but it is no use. In her terror, she lets out a blood-curdling scream as she's dragged back into the bedroom. A rain-drenched Jamie returns home with a single red rose for his blushing bride, completely unaware of the horror that waits inside the apartment. Stepping through the door, he's immediately confronted by the whistling kettle Lisa left on the stove. As he takes the kettle off the heat, he calls out to his wife, who answers from the other room. He walks towards the sound of her voice, only to slip on something slick in the hallway. Turning on the light reveals a gory scene with blood splattered all over the floor and walls. Still, Lisa sounds calm despite her husband's sudden panic. She says that she has a surprise for him, and lightning flashes to reveal a strange silhouette in the bedroom. On the bed, a figure is tented beneath a blood-stained sheet. It's the same spot where Lisa had staged the dummy, but whatever is under there now is much bigger than the wooden doll. Jamie moves towards the bed with caution as Lisa laughs wickedly in the other room. Finally, he unfurls the sheet to reveal his wife's disfigured body, frozen in a state of sheer terror. Even worse, it seems her tongue has been misplaced. Stunned in silence, Jamie trips backward over the dummy, which lies on the floor with a frozen grin. Location change. Okay, there's nothing more annoying than a knock at the door at dinner time. Unless the uninvited guest also happens to be a demented doll who's about to tear your life apart. Jamie's new wooden pal clearly has something to do with his wife's unfortunate demise. So what exactly are we dealing with here? You know, the practice of ventriloquism dates back to ancient Greece, when it was believed that performers harnessed supernatural forces that allowed them to channel the voices of the dead. By the late 1700s, ventriloquism emerged as a popular form of entertainment at road shows and fairs, though at this time the acts mostly consisted of performers throwing their voice, producing sounds that seemed as if they were coming from far away. Puppets became commonplace in routines by the 1800s, giving us the style of ventriloquism known today. So, with this history in mind, whoever is behind Lisa's death clearly knows their stuff. From speaking for the dead to throwing their voice, they're pulling out every trick in the book. Unfortunately, the culprit is nowhere in sight, unless we consider the most obvious suspect: the doll itself. You know, tales of killer dolls with a mind of their own are as old as puppetry itself. So, is it possible the dummy Jamie finds on his doorstep could be responsible for this heinous crime? And if so, how can he deal with this unfeeling, glassy-eyed psychopath before it kills again? The first order of business is to inspect the doll's back to make sure the little switch hasn't accidentally been flipped from good to evil. All jokes aside, there are countless examples from TV and film that show how to handle a dummy who's up to no good. For starters, it would be helpful to determine exactly what force gives the doll its power. Is it brought to life by a father's love like Pinocchio, or the result of an arcane voodoo ritual like Chucky in Child's Play? Given the twisted and bloody nature of its deeds, I think we can rule out the love angle in this case. This doll is obviously ruled by the forces of darkness, and it shouldn't take killing your wife to see it. I mean, look at this thing, the creepy smile, the bow tie. It just screams cursed object from the jump. So, a ventriloquist dummy arrives at your doorstep like some cursed Amazon Prime delivery truck with no return address, no explanation, and impeccable timing, right before your wife is murdered. Instead of letting it sit on the couch like an unwanted house guest, Jamie should have immediately taken the dummy to a professional, like an antiques dealer or historian, to confirm its origins, or better yet, send him for a ride down the garbage chute. At best, this is someone's idea of a sick joke, and at worst, well, your wife ends up dead with her tongue ripped out. Who needs the drama? Get rid of the dummy and go about your business. Of course, Jamie fails to see the threat posed by a mysterious doll's arrival. As a result, life as he knows it has been shattered beyond repair. And with no living, breathing suspect to be found, he'll certainly have some explaining to do when the authorities start to investigate. The police arrive at the scene to retrieve Lisa's body as her devastated husband watches in anguish. At the police station, Detective Lipton has been assigned to the case, and he has some tough questions for Jamie. With no signs of forced entry to their home, he's the #1 suspect in his wife's untimely demise. Lipton pushes Jamie on his flimsy alibi as he gives himself a once-over with an electric razor. Jamie explains about the suspicious package the couple received earlier that evening. In the town that he's from, it's said that ventriloquist dummies are a bad omen, bringing death to those around them. Given the timing of the package's arrival, Jamie believes the dummy must have something to do with the murder. Unfortunately, the grizzled detective isn't buying it. Even worse, Jamie's account of Lisa speaking to him when she was already dead and missing her tongue is not adding up. But without any hard evidence tying him to the crime, Lipton lets Jamie walk pending further investigation. With his freedom on the line, Jamie sets out to get to the bottom of things. He returns home to find the dummy still lying on the bedroom floor. Inspecting the box that it arrived in, he discovers an old advertisement hidden beneath the case's lining. The text reads, "The Amazing Mary Shaw and Billy in Raven's Fair," which just so happens to be the same name of his hometown. After buckling up his wooden companion, Jamie hits the road for Raven's Fair in search of answers. Jamie rolls into town to find his former home in disarray. All the stores appears to be out of business, and the streets are littered with trash. He continues on his way towards a stately mansion where a groundskeeper parts a large iron gate to allow him entry to the sprawling property. At the manor's front door, he's embraced by a spirited woman who seems very happy to see him. She introduces herself as Ella, his new stepmother. It seems like a lot has changed while he's been away. Jamie brushes past Ella and proceeds inside to find his father. Deathly pale and confined to a wheelchair, the old man is not looking so hot. Ella explains that he suffered a stroke just 2 months ago, which Jamie would know if he ever returned his phone calls. Dearest Daddy explains that his brush with death has changed him, and vows to be there for his son in his time of need. He even insists on making the arrangements for Lisa's funeral personally with the local funeral director. Unfortunately, Jamie is not having it. He's not there for charity. He only came to ask his dad a question. What's up with that old poem his mom used to read him? Beware the stare of Mary Shaw. She had no children, only dolls. And if you see her in your dreams, be sure you never, ever scream. It was this poem that Lisa struggled to recall just before her murder. With the revelation of Mary Shaw as the dummy's former owner, Jamie is beginning to connect the dots. Despite his growing suspicion of the town's connection to his wife's death, Ella brushes off his concerns about the poem. She says it was simply a nursery rhyme made up to keep kids in line. Jamie insists that there's more to this story that they're letting on and leaves to find the truth on his own. But first, he'll have to plan his wife's funeral. All right, Jamie, we get it. You're grieving. You want answers, and you think playing detective is the best way to go. That's admirable, but buddy, you need a plan. Let's break down all the glaring red flags you ignored and suggest some useful strategies that don't involve stumbling blindly into the supernatural. First things first, if he really wants to get to the bottom of Lisa's murder, keeping the cops off his case will be a top priority. With no signs of forced entry and a flimsy story about his dead wife talking to him after her tongue was ripped out, it's easy to see why he'd be the prime suspect. Detective Lipton here is obviously burnt out. I mean, the guy can't put down the Norelco long enough to complete a simple interrogation, and he's certainly not interested in any wild tales about mysterious packages or talking corpses. To avoid arousing further suspicion, Jamie needs to play it cool, which means not telling the detective that a haunted puppet did it. Instead, he should request forensic testing on the dummy. Hello? Fingerprints, DNA, trace evidence, anyone? Security footage from his apartment complex, and an autopsy from a private pathologist. If the supernatural is really involved in Lisa's murder, there won't be normal human evidence, and Lipton will have no choice but to investigate further. Speaking of evidence, there's the old flyer Jamie finds concealed inside the dummy's case. This seems like a major clue, but instead of digging deeper, he simply hits the road at the first sight of the words Raven's Fair. Instead of using the discovery as an excuse for a solo road trip, Jamie should take the ad to be examined by a historian, a librarian, or even a private investigator specializing in old records. Public archives, newspaper, microfilm, and property records might reveal exactly what happened to Mary Shaw, and why something or someone close to her could be be out for blood. The more he knows before stepping into Raven's Fair, the better prepared that he'll be. And as for Jamie's old hometown, the place has seen better days. Abandoned shops, trash strewn streets, and eerie silence? That's not a town, that's the opening level of Silent Hill. Is this simple economic depression, or is something more sinister afoot? Before waltzing into his childhood home, Jamie should stop at a local diner or bar, because even cursed towns have at least one of these still standing. Small town gossip is gold, and the oldest, most bitter resident is usually the best source. Buying someone a coffee and asking about what's happening here could give him crucial insights like who exactly was Mary Shaw, and why would someone send one of her old dummies to his house? And the red flags keep coming as soon as Jamie arrives at his father's doorstep. So Dad is wheelchair bound, eerily pale, and suddenly interested in being a good father after years of indifference? Yeah, no. That's suspicious. Also, he conveniently forgot to mention that he's remarried. I don't care how estranged you are. If you suffer a debilitating stroke and get married in a relatively short period of time, the news is going to reach your next of kin one way or another. Now, aside from his all-new lovable demeanor, something else just seems off about Jamie's dad. For starters, this house screams old money, so you'd think he'd know better than to wear a tuxedo before cocktail hour. That's evening wear, homeboy. But aside from the attire faux pas, this getup reminds me of someone. Well, I'm sure that's a coincidence, but if Dad's really in such bad shape, it may be time for a checkup. I mean, is Jamie just going to take the word of this gold-digging younger woman who showed up out of nowhere that his father is all right? Just look at that skin tone. Who knows what a close examination by a trusted medical professional might reveal? Perhaps even a mortician could have a look. Jamie arrives at Walker's funeral home to find an old woman mumbling to a taxidermied crow just outside the main entrance. Inside, funeral director Henry Walker explains that the police will release Lisa's body to him that evening, at which point he can begin his work. With the arrangements handled, Jamie books a room at the local motel to rest for the evening, being sure to bring his little friend along for safekeeping. Exhausted from the day's events, he crashes on the motel mattress for a restless night's sleep under the dummy's watchful eye. In the night, he awakes to discover a twisted old woman has taken the place of the doll. But when he turns on the light, the figure disappears. Meanwhile, the funeral director has taken possession of Lisa's remains and quickly gets to work preparing the body for its final resting place. Unzipping the body bag, Walker is shocked by the sight of Lisa's disfigured face. But his work is soon interrupted by the sound in the other room. It's his wife, Marion, the dementia-addled woman Jamie observed talking to the stuffed bird earlier that day. She's hidden herself away in the mortuary crawl space, mumbling warnings about someone coming to get them. Walker coaxes her out of her hiding place and sends her back to bed before returning to the task at hand. As part of his process, he photographs Lisa's grim expression with an old-timey camera. The following day, beneath a somber gray sky, Jamie joins a small group of mourners at the cemetery for his wife's graveside funeral service. The air is heavy with grief as friends and family say their final goodbyes. After the ceremony, Jamie drifts away from the gathering into the dense woods surrounding the cemetery grounds. An old woman emerges from the shadows, Marion. Her expression is wild as she descends onto the grieving husband with a bizarre warning. Mary Shaw is to blame for Lisa's death. Yet even as she's dragged off, Marion manages one final, chilling piece of advice: bury the doll. Now alone in the cemetery woods, Jamie clears the vines from an overgrown headstone to reveal an inscription: Mary Shaw. If the gravestone is to be believed, she's been dead since 1941. With the clues piling up, Jamie speeds back to the motel to get a closer look at the doll. He discovers the name Billy etched into the back of the dummy's neck. Oh, he's seen enough at this point. With Billy riding shotgun, Jamie races back to the cemetery, flashlight and shovel in hand. He again locates Mary Shaw's grave along with several smaller headstones. Each of these markers bear the initials MS, followed by a single name. Jamie finds the headstone labeled Billy and gets to digging, with his efforts revealing an empty doll-sized coffin. He stuffs the dummy in the box for a permanent dirt nap and heads back to his car, where he is accosted by a strange, laughing figure who moves through the darkness, including the infernal doll. But when he jumps from the vehicle to confront his attackers, he finds that he's all alone. Okay, looks like he should have buried Billy a little deeper. Aside from his lackluster digging skills, Jamie really missed the mark as soon as he showed up at the funeral home. First off, he immediately spots an old woman having a full-blown conversation with a taxidermied crow. Now, a normal person might think, maybe I should give her some space, but Jamie's situation is pretty damn far from normal. Buddy, if someone is ranting about unseen horrors to a dead bird, that's your cue to listen. Maybe Marion isn't just senile, maybe she knows something, you know? A simple, hey ma'am, could you elaborate on that vague and scary warning, might have saved him a whole lot of trouble. Then Jamie decides to shack up in a cheap motel with the world's most obviously cursed ventriloquist dummy. Look, I get that you're grieving. Why are you treating this thing like a comfort item? It's the prime suspect in your wife's murder. And then when he wakes up to see a creepy old woman in the place of the doll, what does he do? Turn on the light, see nothing, and presumably goes right back to sleep. Sir, this is not sleep paralysis. This is a textbook haunting. The more distance you can keep between you and this thing, the better. Meanwhile, from the moment Henry Walker unzips that body bag and reacts with, "Oh no, not this again" energy, it's clear that he knows a lot more than he's letting on. I mean, sure, a grotesquely disfigured corpse would shake anyone, but he just sighs, grabs his antique death camera, and gets to work. Why does Walker, a small-town mortician, have any business handling Lisa's remains when a medical examiner should be performing an autopsy? It's almost like he's conveniently skipping over any pesky forensic evidence that might lead back to something or someone. If he really wants answers, Jamie should be asking the one person in town who specializes in dead bodies some hard questions. Then comes Marion again, this time in the middle of the cemetery woods, dropping the single most important piece of information yet. Mary Shaw is responsible for Lisa's murder, and you need to bury the doll. Once again, Jamie misses an opportunity to press the one person in town who might know what's going on. Instead, he lets Henry drag her away like she's just escaped from the retirement home. Jamie, follow the spooky lady. Maybe she has useful information beyond cryptic one-liners. For once, Jamie actually makes a good decision when he decides to bury the dummy. But let's be real, he barely committed. A shallow grave in the same haunted cemetery where all the other cursed dolls are apparently memorialized? At least nail the coffin lid shut, and if he really wanted to be thorough, he should have gone full scorched earth, chopped Billy into tiny pieces, doused them in gasoline, and set the whole thing ablaze. Maybe even scatter the ashes in different time zones for good measure. Instead, he basically tucked the thing in for a nap and walked away like that would solve all his problems. Spoiler alert, it did not. With a long night of miniature grave digging behind them, Jamie returns to the motel for a much-needed shower, but bath time is soon interrupted by a most unwelcome visitor. Billy is back, accompanied by the pesky Detective Lipton. Lipton questions Jamie about the origins of the doll. What exactly is it and why did he bury it? Putting on his best ventriloquist routine, Lipton interrogates Jamie over the doll's connection to Lisa's murder. In a case which he remains the #1 suspect, Jamie fills the detective in on the legend of Mary Shaw and explains that he was simply returning Billy to his rightful resting place. Lipton is not buying a doll-obsessed ghost as a murder suspect, but decides to leave Jamie alone pending further investigation. He takes his new friend with him as evidence and exits to the neighboring motel room. With his plan to bury his problems foiled, Jamie regroups as Detective Lipton eventually drives off, and Jamie seizes the opportunity to make some moves of his own. After stealing the dummy from the detective's room, he returns to the funeral home to interrogate an elderly dementia patient. For once, Marion doesn't have much to say. She refuses to elaborate on her previous warnings about the doll and the curse of Mary Shaw. Jamie keeps up the pressure until Walker comes to his wife's rescue. The old funeral director is noticeably shaken by the sight of the dummy, and Jamie pleads with him to tell what he can about Mary Shaw. Walker reluctantly agrees, and they head inside to talk. As Walker tells it, the story goes like this. In the glory days of Raven's Fair, the town built a grand theater out on Lost Lake. Once, when he was a boy, he visited the theater to see a performance from the famed ventriloquist, Mary Shaw. Accompanied by her son, Billy Shaw put on a dazzling show that included such feats as throwing her voice long distances into the crowd. But one bratty kid in the audience was not impressed and interrupted the act to announce that he could see her lips moving. This accusation gets Billy hot under the collar, and the irate dummy shouts back that he's just as real as any kid. As Mary urges him to continue on with the show, her words overlap with those of her wooden son, to the amazement of the audience. How could she manage to produce two distinct voices at the same time? The young Walker was more disturbed than impressed by this trick. His apprehension spread to the rest of town when the disbelieving boy from the audience went missing soon after the performance. Mary Shaw was following the boy's disappearance, and the crime was never solved. In her final will and testament, Mary Shaw left behind one chilling request. She was to be buried alongside her beloved dolls, all 101 of them. Following her murder, her body was transported to Walker's mortuary, then run by the current proprietor's father. But preparing Shaw for burial was no ordinary task. In a grotesque twist, she had one last demand. She wished to be transformed into a doll herself. It was Walker's father who bore the grim responsibility of carrying out this grim request. However, young Walker, driven by a dangerous mix of fear and curiosity, couldn't resist the urge to see his father's handiwork for himself. Sneaking into the embalming room late at night, he crept past shelves lined with porcelainized figures and surgical tools. There, resting in a casket, was the lifeless body of Mary Shaw, her transformation complete. In an instant, the casket went tumbling forward and Shaw's corpse spilled onto the cold floor with a sickening thud. A wave of sheer terror gripped the boy, but his horror was only beginning. Before his eyes, Shaw's body rose eerily into the air as if suspended by unseen strings. Frozen with fear, he huddled in the corner until his father arrived upon the shocking scene. Young Walker knew the truth. What he had just witnessed was something far beyond the realm of the living. Walker goes on to explain that this era marked the beginning of the end for the town's prosperity. As soon as Shaw was buried, a string of unexplained murders began plaguing the town. In each case, the victims were found without their tongues, their bodies posed as if preparing for some gruesome family portrait. Walker explains that no one in the town dares to speak Mary Shaw's name to this day. They know that as long as her victims continue to scream, she will never stop killing. Hence the warning from the childhood nursery rhyme. Walker's tale raises more questions than it answers, but at least Jamie has a few new leads. For starters, it's time to check out the old theater on Lost Lake. Okay, I guess we can add breaking and entering to Jamie's list of charges. I mean, was it really necessary to take Billy from Detective Lipton's room? Seems kinda risky to steal evidence from an investigator who already suspects you of murder. But seriously, Jamie just can't seem to quit Billy, and he's now back in possession of the cursed murder puppet he just tried to get rid of. So what's the endgame here? Shoving a cursed ventriloquist dummy in the face of a frail elderly woman with dementia doesn't seem like a great way to get answers. I mean, what exactly was Jamie expecting here? That Marion would suddenly snap out of it and launch into a TED Talk on dummy exorcism? If she was cryptic before, traumatizing her with a haunted doll is hardly the way to get clearer answers. After all, she told you to bury it, not bring it over to her house for a tea party. Finally, there's the matter of Walker's little story regarding the mysterious death of Mary Shaw. Hold up, your dad did what now? A murdered ventriloquist leaves a will demanding to be turned into a doll, and everyone just goes along with it? No questions asked, no ethical concerns, just straight to defiling a corpse. That's not just creepy, that's a full-blown horror show in its own right. And yet, Jamie barely blinks at this bombshell revelation. If Walker's father was willing to stitch up a body like a f***ed-up human Build-A-Bear, what else was he involved in? If this was some occult ritual disguised as an embalming request, Jamie just stumbled into a much bigger nightmare. As Detective Lipton digs deeper into the mystery of the buried dolls, Jamie continues his own investigation, determined to uncover the truth about Mary Shaw. His search leads him to the Lost Lake, where her infamous old theater still stands. Its once grand facade now nothing more than a decaying relic of the past. Time has not been kind to this place, and the bridge that once connected the island to the mainland has long crumbled into ruin. With no safe passage across, Jamie scans the shore and spots a battered rowboat. Bracing himself, he climbs in and begins to paddle towards the island, creaking of the oars the only sound cutting through the eerie silence. Upon reaching the other side, he steps into the theater's grounds to take in the full extent of its decay. The once ornate building is little more than just a shell of its former self, with sections of the roof collapsed inward and plants creeping their way through the broken walls. Making his way past the broken seats in the overgrown auditorium, Jamie moves towards the stage, knowing that somewhere beyond it lies what he came for, Mary Shaw's private quarters. Navigating to the backstage area, he finds himself on a rusted metal catwalk suspended high above the stage floor. The old framework groans under his weight with each cautious step, but he presses on, determined to reach the living space rumored to be hidden within the theater. Suddenly, one of the bolts holding the catwalk in place gives way. The platform lurches lurches violently, and Jamie barely manages to hold onto a railing to avoid falling into the darkness below. At the end of the walkway, he finds it, a hidden room untouched for decades. Dust blankets in the furniture and faded wallpaper peels from the walls. This was Mary Shaw's sanctuary, the place where she once lived, worked, and perhaps where the dark legend was truly born. Posters advertising her old routine with Billy the doll line the walls, and an old trunk full of newspaper clippings rests in a corner of the room. Inside the trunk, Jamie finds a scrapbook full of old photos and hand-drawn schematics for ventriloquist dummies. It seems that Shaw was obsessed with the idea of crafting the perfect doll. Flipping through the scrapbook, Jamie also finds clips related to the missing boy Walker spoke of in his story. The boy's name was Michael Ashen, but that's his name. Following this revelation, Jamie is yet again startled by a vision of Mary Shaw and decides that it's time to bounce. Back at the funeral home, Walker has hands full. Marion insists that Billy the doll has been talking to her, but the funeral director has had enough of his delusions. Walker takes Billy into his work area to get away for a moment and think. Here, he retrieves a shovel to once again return the dummy to its resting place in the cemetery. But before he can get it to work, it sounds like Marion had wandered into the crawl space again. Exacerbated, Walker searches the cramped space for his wife, but she's nowhere to be found. He follows the sounds of her mumbling deeper into the dusty crawl space until the door swings shut behind him. Walker pleads with Marion to open the door when suddenly he senses something behind him in the darkness. In spite of nursery rhyme warnings to the contrary, Walker screams in terror at the sight of Mary Shaw. That's good enough for the ghoul, who pounces on him and forcibly removes his tongue, and the curse claims another victim. Okay, Jamie Croft, Tomb Raider, let's pump the brakes here. I get that you're excited to explore the old theater, but taking unnecessary risks puts your life in danger isn't going to help you crack the case. Did you really think wandering into a creepy, crumbling theater with a history of dead people and haunted dolls was a good idea without so much as a helmet or a flashlight? Sure, let's just ignore the collapsing ceiling and rickety catwalk, because who needs safety when you're about to confront a murderous ghost? Right? Next time you go spelunking in an abandoned building, maybe bring along some basic safety gear. Then you stumble upon your first real breakthrough with the discovery of Mary Shaw's scrapbook. Here's a virtual gold mine of clues from dusty old photos, schematics for creepy ventriloquist dolls, and even notes related to your own family history, and just leave it behind? Seriously? You've held on to Billy the f***ed up doll through countless jump scares, but one little glimpse of a ghost and you're giving up the best and only real lead that you found so far. Considering you barely flipped through the thing, who knows what important details that you missed, not to mention the scrapbook's value in backing up your story to Detective Lipton. Page 1 in the Amateur Detective's Rulebook. Hold on to key evidence. Now back at the funeral home, Walker isn't faring much better. Here's Marion, practically begging for help because Billy the doll is talking to her, and he simply brushes it off as some kind of delusion. This guy is well aware of the legend of Mary Shaw and the whole vengeful curse thing, and yet when his wife starts talking about the doll, speaking to her, he just chalks it up to more crazy rambling. You think his close encounter with Shaw's ghost as a kid would be enough to make him take this stuff seriously. Instead, he decides to chase after voices in the crawl space with predictable results. Let's think this through for just 1 second. Bear with me here. The doll is obviously causing all sorts of chaos, so instead of letting it linger around your house like an uninvited guest, maybe you should have just taken it back to the graveyard where it f***ing belongs. You know where it came from in the first place? If you'd simply returned Billy to his resting place like Marion urged from the start, you might have ended the doll's supernatural influence on your household. As an undertaker, a quick trip to the cemetery with a shovel is right in your wheelhouse. It might have even saved you from a much bigger headache, or in this case, tongue ache. Sometimes the simplest solution is the best one. But Walker clearly wasn't using his head. The old man takes whatever secrets he had left with him to the grave, and Jamie is left to put the pieces together on his own. Jamie races back to the estate to confront his father about their family's connection to the local legend. He finds Ella and his dad seated in the dining room for dinner. Jamie accuses them of lying to him about Mary Shaw, and his father finally agrees to fill him in on the truth. Ashen, the boy who went missing decades ago, was Jamie's great uncle. When he disappeared, Mary Shaw was the lone suspect, but no one could prove she was involved. So members of the Ashen family and the local townsfolk got together to deal out their own brand of justice. The mob confronted Shaw in her room at the theater, cutting out her tongue and ending her life, but Mary Shaw did not stay dead. One by one, each of the men involved in her slaying were murdered and found with their tongues ripped out. The same happened to their wives and even their children. The curse continued on like this through the generations into the present day. Jamie's father claims the distance he'd kept up between them was only a means of protecting him, but Lisa's death showed the futility of running from their shared fate. In the end, Mary Shaw will come after all of them. Vowing to put an end to this curse once and for all, Jamie storms out and immediately bumps into Detective Lipton at the front door. In addition to investigating the murder case, Lipton is now on the hunt for his missing doll, along with 100 or so of his closest friends. It turns out someone dug up each and every dummy that was buried in the cemetery, and he intends to find out why. He again presses Jamie on the Mary Shaw story, though through the course of investigation, he didn't come across a single person who had heard of her or the supposed legend. Jamie insists that the townsfolk are simply afraid of the curse, but Lipton is not buying it. Just as the detective is about to take him into custody for tampering with evidence, Ella arrives with an urgent phone call for Jamie. It sounds like Walker is on the other end, but the voice is muffled. Whoever it is, they tell Jamie that they have evidence that they can prove his innocence. The caller instructs him to head to the theater on Lost Lake to learn more. After a brief argument, Jamie ditches Lipton and speeds towards the lake in search of answers. With the detective hot on his trail, Jamie lights an old oil lamp he finds lying on the shore and rows across the foggy lake. Inside the theater are plenty of rats, but Walker is nowhere in sight. Lipton arrives moments later and retrieves a shotgun from the trunk of his car. Luckily, he stumbles upon a second rowboat tied to the dock for passage across the water. Exploring deeper into the decaying theater, Jamie hears a voice beckoning him forward. He traces the same path as before, crossing the rickety catwalk leading to Mary Shaw's room. The old mortician is a no-show, and Lipton finally catches up to his suspect. In spite of Jamie's insistence, the detective remains skeptical that anyone else is there, until another raspy voice calls out to them from the darkness, that is. Lipton finally relents, and the two men moves towards the sound of the voice. Jamie reminds Lipton of the warning tied to the legend: no matter what, do not scream. In the back of the room, they stumble upon a passageway Jamie missed during his previous exploration. With Lipton leading the way, they proceed forward to find a cavernous room cluttered with old doll parts. Tossing one of the dummies aside, Lipton knocks down a curtain revealing a wall packed floor to ceiling with glass cases full of dolls. Looks like they've solved the mystery of Mary Shaw's missing children. But who could have brought all 100 dolls all the way back here? In the center of the room, Jamie spots some kind of figure draped in a filthy sheet. Lifting the cover reveals a marionette on strings, but this one is much larger than the other dolls in Mary Shaw's collection. Further investigation, they realize that it's not a doll at all, but the decaying body of a young boy. It's Michael Ashen, Jamie's long-lost relative who has been missing all these years. Looks like someone has fashioned his corpse into some sort of twisted puppet. After a brief and puppet show featuring his dead uncle's remains, Jamie begins to sense that they're being watched. One by one, the dummies on the wall turn to face something in the corner of the room, a creepy clown doll in a rocking chair. Jamie addresses the doll as Mary Shaw, and the rocking immediately stops. Possessed by the evil woman's spirit, the doll speaks back. Jamie asks her what she wants, and she explains that she's out to silence all those who silenced her. So why kill Michael Ashen? He was simply a casualty in her quest to create the perfect doll. Shaw beckons Jamie forward, promising to explain why she took Lisa's life. As he approaches, Shaw's spirit explains that Lisa was pregnant and murdered her to put an end to the Ashen family once and for all. After a rather nasty tongue lashing, Mary Shaw finally reveals her true form. Okay, wait a damn minute. Is that Billy? Not Billy, the cursed puppet Billy, but the other Billy, Jigsaw's tricycle-riding right-hand man. If all this place in the Saw universe, the door is open for one of the greatest horror showdowns since Freddy vs. Jason. And although torturing an undead spirit would be new territory for Jigsaw, I think the argument can be made that Mary Shaw is a prime candidate for one of these signature death traps. I mean, think about it. Jigsaw's whole thing is testing people who take life for granted, right? Forcing them to appreciate their existence through sheer grisly terror, right? Meanwhile, Mary Shaw has been running around for decades, ripping out tongues and puppeteering corpses like she's auditioning for the world's goriest talent show. I mean, her crimes are definitely worthy of his attention, and if his own signature puppet is just chilling in her secret lair, it's probably safe to assume the two might cross paths. It's just a matter of Jigsaw putting his powerful mind to work, neutralizing Shaw's supernatural powers, say by destroying all of her dolls. Once he's evened the odds, the games can begin. Now, unfortunately for Jamie, it doesn't look like Jigsaw will be stopping by anytime soon to deliver his own brand of puppet-themed justice. Instead, he'll have to rely on backup from the shotgun-wielding Detective Lipton. But how much help can he really offer? After spending all day digging up puppet graves before rowing a boat across the lake, this guy has got to be exhausted. Here's a helpful pointer, Detective. Once you've established that a handful of the graves are empty, it's probably safe to move on to the next leg of your investigation, specifically throwing cuffs on your number one suspect. I mean, Jamie hangs out in the same 3 places and drives a ridiculously suspicious car around the deserted town, so he should be fairly easy to find. You know what I mean? Instead of wasting the whole day digging holes, arrest him and return back up to investigate this business with the dolls later. It beats charging into a dilapidated theater in the middle of the night. In fact, Jamie should probably steer clear of the theater as well. His father lays out the entire history of the Ashen family curse. Yet he still decides to storm off alone instead of thinking strategically. If every Ashen descendant has been hunted down, maybe running headfirst into danger isn't the best move. And why doesn't your dad seem more freaked out by this whole situation? Wouldn't he be ahead of you in Mary Shaw's revenge pecking order? Something clearly is not adding up, and the muffled voice calls Jamie to the abandoned theater has trap written all over it. As eager as he is to clear his name, Jamie might be better off to go with Lipton for now rather than facing off with a vengeful spirit on its home turf, which is exactly what they'll have to do if they hope to get out of this. Detective Lipton blasts the undead puppet master with his shotgun, and the ghost evaporates in a cloud of dust. Jamie soon notices a change in one of the dolls on the shelf. It looks like Shaw's spirit is inhabiting one of her wooden children, so Lipton gives this doll a taste of the shoddy as well. One by one, the dolls' faces contort as Shaw possesses their bodies. Lipton blasts each dummy as her spirit moves from one to the next, but with just under 100 of them left, there's no way he can handle them all. Jamie decides to speed up the process by smashing his lantern up against the wall to torch the lot of them. That just leaves Mary Shaw's prized creation, and Michael Ashen's corpse dummy rises into the air under its evil master's influence. With the fire raging, the 2 men have seen enough. They book it out of Shaw's hidden lair and through her former apartment towards the backstage catwalk. It's here that things take a turn for the worse. As they make their escape, the force of their footsteps knocks several bolts loose from the rusty metal catwalk. The support gives way, and while Jamie hangs on for dear life, Detective Lipton falls towards his doom. But before his body hits the ground, Lipton's panicked screams empower Mary Shaw to claim her latest victim. Lipton falls lifeless to the ground, and his trusty electric razor clatters uselessly on the floor by his body. Jamie pulls himself up onto what's left of the metal structure and finds himself face to face with the last person he wants to see. Though he manages to hold back his screams, the sight of the ghoul sends Jamie plummeting to the ground, crashing through the rotten floor and onto the waters of the lake below. Okay, if there's one thing that's been driven home about Lipton, it's that he was obsessed with keeping his jawline crispy. That electric razor was practically his sidekick, so of course it's only fitting that the thing knocked around next to his freshly dead body like Bambi after his mom's encounter with the hunter. Poetic? Sure. Avoidable? Absolutely. Detective Lipton, you f***ed up. So, Mary Shaw is out here pulling a full-on poltergeist act, and Lipton decides that the best way to handle this clearly supernatural entity is with a shotgun. I get it. When in doubt, shoot the creepy thing. But my guy, did you really think that buckshot was going to stop an actual ghost? You might as well have been throwing marshmallows. After Lipton empties what was probably his entire stash of shotgun shells into a lineup of haunted dummies, Jamie decides to do what should have been plan A, which is burn the whole place down. Oh, now we're thinking with our brains. By this point though, the detective has already wasted valuable escape time playing whack-a-mole with demon dolls. So, when things finally do start going up in flames, the whole situation is beyond salvageable. Then, when they finally make their escape, the bungling detective makes another tragic mistake by trusting the integrity of a rickety antique walkway. To be fair, this one's not really his fault, but let's just say that if you see a rusty metal catwalk in an abandoned haunted theater, maybe don't sprint across it like you're trying to qualify for a track meet. I'm just saying. The moment Jamie grabbed onto the rail for dear life and Lipton went tumbling into the abyss, we all knew what was coming. It wasn't the fall that killed him, it was his inability to shut up on the way down. And here's where Lipton made the biggest mistake of all. Jamie gave him the most crucial survival tip for making it out alive. Do not scream. And what does our brave detective do the second he starts falling? Oh, he screams his absolute lungs out like a kid on a roller coaster. Unless she can force you to scream, Shaw's ghost is essentially powerless. So here is a tip, detective. Tape your lips shut, or hell, stuff your wallet in your mouth as soon as you set foot in this poltergeist's playhouse. Anything to contain your girlish screams long enough to get your man and get out of there. Lipton wasn't just doomed, he speed ran his own death. He ignored key advice, overestimated his firepower, forgot how ghosts work, and made the fatal mistake of making any noise in the one place where silence equals survival. He had all the right instincts to survive and then did the exact opposite of every single one. So, rest in pieces, detective, cause you really f***ed up. Jamie dives into a flooded basement storeroom full of mannequins to find Lipton's flashlight in the murky water. Navigating the maze of plastic limbs and torsos, he makes his way out of the structure to emerge in the lake. The old theater blazes in the background as Jamie swims to shore and locates his car. By destroying the theater and her dolls, Shaw's power in the world of the living have surely been weakened. That just leaves one loose end to tie up: Billy. Jamie speeds back to Walker's funeral home to destroy the last of the spirit's cursed children. Arriving in the foyer, he hears the sounds of a woman sobbing downstairs. In the embalming room, he discovers Marion clutching her dead husband's body near the entryway to the crawlspace. Jamie inquires about the location of the doll, and through her tears, Marion explains that his father took it away. But how could that be? In his disabled state, his dad is in no shape to leave the house. With time running out, Jamie travels home to get to the bottom of things. There's no sign of his dad or Ella when he arrives at the property. Climbing the stairs, he finds a fire burning in his father's study, along with, what else, a mysterious figure draped in a sheet. As he cautiously moves around the room, Jamie is accosted by the voices of Mary Shaw's victims. Clearly, he's not done. With another dramatic unfurling, he reveals Billy the doll resting in a bassinet. But as soon as he's made this discovery, the spirit of Mary Shaw arrives to finish him off. Falling backward, Jamie holds back his screams as he hurls the doll into the roaring fireplace. Shaw writhes in agony as her final child is consumed by the fire and her form disappears back in the shadows. Jamie breathes a sigh of relief, but in a flash of lightning, he notices something strange. His dad is sitting calmly in the corner of the room. Jamie turns on the lights to find his father posed with a blank expression, and his body slumps forward in his wheelchair. In this position, Jamie notices something is very wrong indeed. His father's head, neck, and upper back seem to have been scooped out. Suddenly, it all becomes clear. Each time Jamie had interacted with his father since returning to Raven's Fair, Ella had been puppeting his corpse from behind like an enormous doll. The perfect doll Shaw had been trying to create since the abduction of Michael Asher. As the painful truth washes over him, Ella reveals herself to be Mary Shaw in disguise, and Jamie lets loose an anguished final scream. Okay, so you made it out of the burning theater and destroyed the ghost's home base, and you even managed to get the cops off of your ass, for now. Nothing left to do but trash one last dummy and put this whole miserable ordeal behind you. Arriving at the funeral home to find Walker dead is no real surprise to Jamie, but Marion claiming his dad stopped by to collect Billy should be a serious red flag. First of all, how could he do that? And second of all, why in the hell would he do that? Like, it should be obvious by now that dear old dad is playing some part in all of this. But instead of arming himself or preparing in any way, Jamie once again runs headlong into danger without any sort of plan. When he arrives to find the place empty, he's once again confronted by another mysterious figure covered by a sheet in his dad's study. Look, man, you've seen this trick before. From discovering your wife's grisly remains to unveiling your puppetized uncle, it should be clear that no good can come from lifting up the sheets. It's like, how have you not pieced it together yet that your dad is dead? Torch the whole place and get the f*** out of there. And this brings us to Jamie's biggest and dumbest oversight of all. I guess he didn't question why his father has been sitting around like a ventriloquist showroom model this entire time. Not once did he think, gee, dad sure is looking pale these days. And also, his new wife just loves standing right behind him with her lips slightly parted, whether he's suffered a stroke or not. No one is that attentive. Even if every single interaction with your father involves his creepy wife hovering behind him, start asking questions, especially if your family tree already contains one human-sized doll. So after making it all this way without screaming, Jamie finally figures it all out, freaks out, and immediately hands Mary Shaw the dub. It's like making it to the last lap of a marathon and then tripping over your own shoelace. You had one rule, man. You managed not to scream when you arrive home to find the love of your life had been killed in a horrific fashion, but you fall to pieces when your dad, who you didn't even like, has some puppet parts installed? Huh? Keep your trap shut, destroy what's left of his body, and leave this curse behind you for goody. A ghostly pale hand lingers over the worn pages of a photo album. Lisa, Jamie, and even Detective Lipton, all frozen in time, their hollow eyes and twisted grins etched in eternal silence. And she's always looking for more children to add to her collection. And if you should see her in your dreams, be sure you never, ever scream. Dead silence. Man, I knew this movie was gonna be a classic the day I seen it, and here we are right now talking about it 20 years later. This movie is available in 4K from Shout Factory, I think. Either way, it lives on to haunt our dreams. Puppets, you know, haunted puppets, I ain't doing that. But anyways, if there's anything that you would have done differently in today's video, make sure to give me a comment and tell me, because I do be reading them. And leave a like and subscribe as well. Check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day. If you started a new job at an orphanage where everyone else was secretly part of a demon-worshipping cult, what would you do? This poor girl has absolutely no idea what she's getting herself into, and by the time that she realizes the horrifying truth about her childhood, it's already much too late. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the demon babies in The First Omen. This man is about to make a horrifying discovery. On a cloudy morning in an old churchyard, a priest named Father Brennan arrives in search of some answers to a terrifying mystery. He's there looking for another priest, Father Harris, but this isn't what you'd call a friendly visit. In the confession booth, the man reluctantly hands Father Brennan a photograph of a baby girl with only the name Sienna written on the back. He's surprised to see that the girl looks perfectly human, but Father Harris admits that the girl's birth was far from normal. According to him, Sienna's mother was a dedicated volunteer from the church, but he refuses to go into any details about the actual process of the pregnancy. He guesses that the girl should be a teenager by now, and that the ones responsible for her birth are waiting for her to be old enough for some sinister purpose. But when Brennan asks him what, he won't say. Mid-conversation, Harris abruptly gets up and walks out of the church. Brennan chases after him, reminding the man that running from the truth won't save his soul, but Harris responds that he doesn't expect to find forgiveness. He just wants to die so that the nightmare can finally end. All of a sudden, a heavy steel pipe breaks loose from the construction scaffolding overhead, crashing through a stained glass window before violently impacting the ground just behind Harris. At first, the man appears to be unharmed, but when he turns around, Brennan sees that the pipe has actually sliced an enormous wound into the back of his skull, and Harris only smiles, knowing that his time has finally come. Okay. Somebody seriously needs to call OSHA, because there's no way that
Tywin Lannister
over here should have been allowed anywhere near an active construction site without a hard hat. Although, based on that dashing smile, it looks like he finally got what he wanted, but that only makes one of them. As for Father Brennan here, he still has a whole demonic conspiracy to unravel, but with nothing to go off of besides this one picture of an infant who should be a teenager by now, and Harris's creepy story about some kind of inhuman baby-making ritual. Where should he even start? It's too bad that we're stuck in the 1970s, because otherwise he could just hire a group of Gen Z kids to do his detective work, and they'd have the kid's name, exact coordinates, and what she ate for breakfast this morning in the span of about 15 minutes. But since we can only work with the technology of the time, our approach is going to be a bit more old school. The first thing that I would do is stop by the nearest copy center and make some more copies of that picture. This will help if he somehow loses the original or it somehow gets damaged, and also lets him give out copies of the photo to anyone who he reaches out to for assistance while doing his research. Then we can see what we can learn from the picture itself. The only real information that it gives us is the name printed on the back, Sienna. From doing some research, he'd quickly learn that it's a last name of Italian origin. There's no way to tell if the child is still in the country anymore, or if she's even actually from there in the first place, but he could still cross-reference the name with news articles, police reports, or birth records from the area and see what turns up. It's hard to make out, but there are also 3 other people in the photo, a priest and 2 nuns. Since they're already grown up in the picture, it might be easier for Father Brennan here to find out who they are and then use what he learns about them to help him find the right kid. Right now, his only connection to the adults in the photo is Father Harris, so I'd start out by finding what other churches or other organizations he's worked at over the years, and then reaching out to or asking around about the other priests and nuns who've worked there. During the 70s, the church was heavily involved in many aspects of childcare, so I'd steer the search in the direction of church-supported hospitals, schools, foster care agencies, or orphanages, and see where that leads. Instead of doing the work on his own, Brennan could also seek help from a private investigator who is skilled in forensic analysis. They can look at the photo and use factors like background details, the subject's clothing styles, and even the quality of the photo itself to come up with some potential leads. If all else fails, then he could always get real weird with it and seek help from a psychic or a spiritual medium. I'm sure those are just in the phone book left and right. As a man of faith, Father Brennan might be hesitant to put his trust into these kinds of institutions, but when we're talking about a demon baby, it's perfectly alright to look for some alternative methods of finding the truth. It's a long shot, but these people might be able to give him insights into the girl's whereabouts or what she's been up to since the photo was taken. And with so little else to go on, any lead is helpful. Even if it's something abstract, it could still help point him in the right direction. Most importantly of all, though, he needs to remember to be careful. After all, what are the chances that Father Harris here just so happened to meet his death by a sudden twist of fate, only moments after confessing the truth and saying that he was ready to cross over to the other side? There could be some dark spiritual warfare at work here, but as a priest, Brennan should be well equipped to protect himself. And wherever the investigation takes him from now on, remember to always look up. He's going to find out who the child is soon enough, but the twists only get crazier from here. Sometime later in 1971, a hopeful-looking American girl named Margaret arrives at the train station in Rome. But that was her biggest mistake. In the lobby, she's met by a young priest named Father Gabriel and her old friend Cardinal Lawrence, who she knows from her childhood growing up at an orphanage back in the US. As the 3 of them drive through the busy streets, Margaret is awestruck by the natural beauty of the city, but gets frightened by a group of protesters who Lawrence explains no longer view the church as a symbol of authority. Eventually, the car arrives at their destination, the Vizardelli Orphanage, somewhere on the outskirts of the city. As Margaret steps out, the big kahuna of the place, Sister Silva, comes to give her a warm welcome and leads the new girl inside to show her around. She explains that the orphanage takes care of girls from newborns up to 18 years old, and even has a hospital wing where they help local mothers who can't afford a doctor to give birth. During the tour, they meet one very strange character, Sister Angelica, who always looks like she's just seen a ghost. Sylvia says that the woman grew up there, and although she's always been a bit strange, the children seem to love her. Just then, she hears a commotion from down the hall and tells Margaret to hang tight while she goes to check it out. While waiting for the woman to return, Margaret notices a pinboard on the wall where some of the girls' artwork is hanging up. But there's one drawing in particular that catches her eye, a black and white sketch of a woman with a blank expression on her face floating in the air above 5 other women who all look anywhere from worried to horrified. Signed in neat cursive by a girl named Carlita Siana. For some reason, something tells her to peek inside of a nearby door, where she finds a girl alone and singing to herself, crouched behind a messy bed in the dark, confined room. Margaret tries to introduce herself, but instead of answering her back, the girl silently crawls underneath the bed, lunges at Margaret, grabbing her by the hand, and straight up licks the side of her damn face before Sister Silva finally gets things back under control. This is Carlita, the kid who's been drawing the creepy pictures. But Margaret says that she actually likes her drawings, so the girl gives her another one to take home as a present. Back outside, Margaret asks Silva why they keep the grunge kid in the dungeon, and she explains that it's because Carlita is dangerous around the other girls. Before she can ask more, the woman sets her up with their driver, Luca, who takes Margaret over to her new apartment somewhere in the city. Okay, it looks like Margaret's new job just got a bit more interesting. At first glance, the place seems completely trustworthy. There's not even a giant gate at the front entrance to keep everyone trapped inside. But you never want to judge an orphanage until you see the demon child who they keep locked up in the basement, and if you think that there's not one, then you better keep looking. Now, any time that you encounter a creepy little girl making even creepier drawings, that's a mythical red flag right off the bat. And Donnie Thornberry's long-lost cousin here is Margaret's biggest warning sign that there's more going on behind the scenes at this place than they probably want her to know. Margaret here hasn't even been on the property for more than 20 minutes, and she's already got her face licked like an overexcited golden retriever. But to be fair, that's kind of what happens when you go peeking in at the creepy little girl singing to herself in a dark room. That's the kind of thing where you just shut the door immediately and forget that you ever saw it. Or at most, ask the boss about it later once you're a safe distance away. But not only is Margaret here dangerously fearless, she's over here playing chess while the rest of us are busy playing checkers. And here's why. If you're anything like me, when I saw a drawing like that, my gut reaction would be to throw it in the fire and take the kid's crayons away. But telling her that you actually liked the drawing instead is like an interesting tactic that I probably wouldn't have thought of. Befriending the girl means getting dangerously close, but it could lead you to find out more information, or at least protect you if she goes on some kind of rampage. So this might have been a very wise choice, even if Margaret didn't intend it that way. Right about now, I'd be starting to worry about what I signed myself up for. We need more info about what these people are really up to, and the nuns definitely aren't going to tell you anything. But one potential lead that Margaret does have are the samples of the girl's creepy drawings. I'd try to have the drawings looked at by a child psychologist who might be able to use them to help me learn more about what's going on inside of the girl's head, and possibly give me some hints about what's happening here that they don't want anyone else to know about. Of course, it doesn't seem like it's too late to hop on a flight back to the States and put this whole thing behind her, but it won't be long before Margaret ends up deeper involved in this nightmare than she would ever want to be. After a short ride, Margaret heads inside and meets her new roommate, Luz. Margaret can't help but to notice that Luz here is dressed like she just came back from the club, and she explains that she's been fully embracing the thug life before she commits to the nun life. The two of them quickly hit it off and get to talking about their backstories, where Margaret explains that she was invited to join the orphanage by Cardinal Lawrence. As a child, she'd been constantly tormented by vivid and horrifying visions, but it was the Cardinal who helped her realize that they were just in her head. They spend the next morning bonding with the other sisters, peeling potatoes and doing general nun stuff. During the day, Margaret practices her Italian with some of the other girls, but she notices that Carlita is always sitting apart from the rest of the group like an outsider. That evening, while they're putting the girls to bed, she notices that one of the beds is empty, which is Carlita's bed. Concerned, Margaret goes to check the bad room where she finds the nuns in the process of tying Carlita down for the night. But they abruptly shut the door in her face before she can speak up. That's when she notices Sister Angelica watching her from the shadows at the end of the hallway. And for some reason, the woman is laugh-crying, like she's only moments away from completely losing it. It's bizarre, but Luz comes and pulls her away, saying that she has something to show her. Okay, things just keep getting stranger for Margaret here. As if one creepy little girl wasn't bad enough, now we've got creepy Sister Angelica to deal with, but there might be more going on here than it first seems. After all, why would Angelica just so happen to be watching the girl's room at that very moment, and what made her so upset and disturbed? It definitely seems like Sister Angelica and Carlita have some kind of connection, and this could be the key to learning what they're really up to here. I'd start by asking the girl about Sister Angelica, or by asking Sister Angelica about the girl. They might not be willing to open up to you right away, but just from their reactions, Margaret should be able to tell if they're hiding something. Then, all that she needs to do is befriend them and gradually work on getting them to open up with more info. Margaret could also try to secretly check their personal belongings during the day, like Angelica's room or the girl's other drawings, and see what she can dig up, or chat with some of the other cool nuns here in the building to see if they'll tell you any gossip. Nun gossip! The last thing that she wants to do is get in too deep with the place only to find out that there's some kind of conspiracy going on when it's already too late. But she's about to have a surprise encounter with someone that's about to change everything. Back at their apartment, Luz gets Margaret all dressed up to party and says that they're going out for one last night on the town. Margaret isn't exactly sure how she feels about all of this, but after Luz argues that she can't appreciate what she's giving up until she's experienced it for herself, she reluctantly agrees to go with her. Luz leads Margaret down to the local nightclub, where they start throwing back a few shots, and two guys named Alfonso and Paulo offer to buy them some drinks. Luz and Alfonso quickly hit the dance floor, and after a while, Paulo even manages to drag Margaret out there too. To her surprise, she's actually having a good time, but that's when the drinks start hitting. And the next thing that Margaret knows, she's waking up still in her party clothes back in the girl's apartment the next morning. Luz here is already awake and reassures Margaret that she got her home before things went too far. But she can't manage to shake the feeling that she's somehow made a terrible mistake, and boy oh boy, is she going to find out that she's right about that one. After stopping by the church, Margaret goes down to the nearby plaza to do some soul searching when, from absolutely out of nowhere, Father Brennan suddenly materializes and introduces himself. She's immediately a bit put off by his intense approach, but the man swears that there's no need to be afraid, as he then proceeds to list off her full name, home address, and employment history, like he works for the church version of the FBI. He says that he's there about Carlita and warns Margaret that all kinds of bad things are going to start happening around the girl, telling her to meet him at his apartment later that night if she wants to learn more before abruptly disappearing back into the crowd. Okay, just when she thought that her hangover couldn't get any worse, here comes this old creep with his Freddy Krueger hat and conspiracy theories about demon babies to spice things up even more. It makes sense that her gut reaction was to get the hell out of there, but when you've just had a bizarre few days after starting a new job in a strange city, and some random guy finds you in a park and hits you with the "meet me at the docks at midnight" speech, you sit your ass down and listen. Obviously, we're going to meet with this guy later tonight, and what Margaret needs to do now is spend the day trying to gather as much info as she can so that she'll be as prepared as possible for whatever it is that she's about to get herself into. And she should also, pack the blicky. These weird older guys out here. Father Brennan here has mentioned that the tragic events seem to happen around the girl, and he was speaking in a way that makes it seem like it's happened before. Margaret's already heard from the sisters themselves that she has a history of attacking other children, so I'd try finding out, either by asking around or by searching for any records, about any of these incidents that have happened in the past. It's possible that there could be some connection between all of them, besides the creepy little girl, of course, that could help you understand more about what's going on here. I'd also try speaking to the girl herself and finding out what she has to say about all of this. As an outsider, it might actually be easier for Margaret to earn her trust since the girl is treated as an outcast herself. It couldn't hurt to try collecting some of her pictures and bring them to Father Brennan later so that he can have a look. He's clearly the expert here, so the odds are significant that no matter what we dig up, he'll still know a lot more than we do. but any bit of evidence could lead to the breakthrough that blows this whole case wide the f*** open. She definitely needs to be careful though, because Brennan here wouldn't have needed to approach Margaret in a public space like that if the nuns weren't in some way dangerous. F***ing nuns, man. I'd suggest playing dumb for now to avoid having them get suspicious. Otherwise, she might be going to the bad room next. One thing's for sure, Father Brennan was right about tragedies happening around the girl, as Margaret here is about to experience firsthand. That afternoon, Margaret pulls Carlita aside so that the two of them can talk privately about what's been going on with her. Hoping to earn the girl's trust, Margaret admits that she used to be the bad kid too, and was treated differently from all the other girls because she couldn't fit in. Later, the girls and nuns are all busy partying it up in the courtyard and enjoying the beautiful day. Margaret finds Carlita sitting alone with Sister Angelica, and when she asks to join them, the woman shows her another one of Carlita's drawings. This time, it's a sketch of a pregnant woman being held to her bed while surrounded by some extra creepy looking nuns. And Angelica says that she drew the unborn child in there herself. Angelica here is all smiles at first, but when Margaret says that the drawing isn't very appropriate, her face suddenly changes into an annoyed frown. Turning to Carlita, she brushes the side of the girl's cheek as she quietly gets up to leave, only to come straight back and aggressively kiss Margaret right on the lips before finally walking away for real. Confused and embarrassed, Margaret takes Carlita by the hand and tries to lead her away for a walk, but they're quickly surrounded by a group of girls and dragged into a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Carlita stands in the center as the girls circle around her and fall to the ground, but when they look up, they see Sister Angelica standing on the balcony high above the courtyard. Laughing, she waves to the crowd of onlookers and whispers to Carlita that it's all for you, before suddenly dying in about 3 different ways that I can't really explain here on YouTube. Completely horrified, the others all scatter out of the courtyard, as Carlita begins to realize that there could be more going on behind the scenes than she knew when she signed up. Okay, now is really starting to get weird. Angelica didn't just do that for no reason. She was sending a message, and we need to find out what was really going on with her before something even worse happens. Before the other nuns have a chance to cover anything up, I'd try to secretly get a look at Angelica's room and personal belongings. Maybe she left a note, or there's some other evidence that could explain her strange behavior, and why she chose to do the things that she did. If there was any doubt that Angelica and Carlita were connected, now we know for sure that it's definitely true. Margaret found them bonding over that creepy drawing, whispering to each other when she walked up, and her last act was to speak some kind of strange message to the girl. It's all for you. But what could she have possibly meant by that? Margaret needs to speak to Carlita again and find out more about what was going on between her and Sister Angelica. Maybe as the weird nun, Angelica was the only one who Carlita felt like she could bond with, but there could be more to their story that we don't know yet. If she can't get anything out of her, then some of the other nuns or priests might know. And now, after what just happened to Angelica, they might be a bit more willing to open up. Now, we also can't let all of this distract us from what's happening with Margaret herself. Ever since taking the job, she's had a sudden return of these strange visions that she hasn't experienced since childhood. The nurse tried to explain it away as low blood sugar, and while that can cause neurological symptoms, you wouldn't expect it to cause vivid hallucinations like what she's been experiencing here, even in the most severe cases. Margaret has had them before, which could explain why they're coming back, but that also gives the others the perfect opportunity to gaslight her into believing that she can't trust her own perception. At some point, I'd try to secretly see a doctor from outside of the church to get her opinion on it. In the meantime, Margaret here needs to keep an eye out for any more of these strange visions and never hesitate to trust her gut, even when things seem too crazy to be true. That night, Margaret secretly travels to Father Brennan's place to hear him out on his side of the story. After inviting her in, he shows her the photograph of the baby girl and says that he thinks the child in the picture must be Carlita. Confused, Margaret argues that she knows the woman in the picture and that they'd never do anything that would put the girl in danger, but Brennan here isn't so sure. He explains that a secret group has formed within the church, a group that will go to any lengths to maintain their position of power. With the young people of the world believing less and less, they hatched an evil scheme to give birth to a literal child of the devil, and bring about an age of darkness that will make people fear their power once again. As crazy as it sounds, that's exactly what they're counting on to keep their plan a secret, because if no one believes that such a thing is possible, then no one will try to stop them. He suspects that Carlita is meant to be the creature's mother, and says that if he's correct, then the girl will have been born on June 6th at 6 a.m. and bear the mark of the devil, 666, somewhere on her body. Desperate, Brennan begs Margaret to search the orphanage for records of how the girl was born, adding that instead of a human man, her father is some kind of demonic creature that they keep locked up in the basement. At this point, Margaret decides that she's heard enough and gets up to leave, thinking that the man must be delusional. But as she goes, he warns her to be careful because the evil forces inside of Carlita will do anything that they can to prevent them from stopping the ritual. Okay, now we're finally getting somewhere. Things are moving. Things are happening. I can already tell that Father Brennan here definitely knows what he's talking about. You know how? As a general rule, you can judge a person's level of forbidden knowledge by how many locks they have on their front door. 3 or more, and you're either dealing with a paranoid maniac or someone who really knows their shit. And there's usually some pretty significant crossover there between the two. Of course, Margaret could always just turn around and walk away from it all, or at least it seems like she could, but soon we're gonna find out that it's already much too late for that. She isn't about to leave Carlita to some evil fate anyway, but now the challenging thing becomes finding the evidence to prove Brennan's theories and avoiding being found out by the other nuns in the process. We've already mentioned the idea of bonding with Carlita to see what comes out of that, but at this point, we might need to investigate other options. The girl can probably point you in the right direction, but she won't know everything that's going on, and involving her might put you both in danger if she slips up and mentions something to the wrong person. Since the stakes are so high for everyone involved, we might be in need of another strategy, so here's what I'm thinking. Margaret needs an inside look at the more secretive aspects of this place, but she can't risk getting caught just snooping around. Instead, I'd try playing the long game by telling Sister Silva that you want to shadow her for a day to really get a feel for the work at the place. She'll probably think nothing of it, and might even get excited that you're showing such devotion to the squad. But once we're in, we earn her trust, watch her closely, and pay attention for any clues that might lead us to the secret. Then, once you've learned enough to come up with an actual good plan, get the evidence and get the hell out of there. Now there was one teensy tiny little detail that Father Brennan slipped in right at the end there that has me a bit concerned. Apparently, they have a full-blown demonic-ass creature living in the basement. And somehow, it's supposed to be Carlita's dad? I'm sorry, but what the f***? Hey, Father Brennan, that's not the kind of thing you mentioned last. That's the kind of thing that you open with. If that's true, then they need to get the kids out of there fast, because that entire building needs to be burned to the ground this instant. On a serious note, as crazy as it sounds, this might give us another possible solution. They need the demon to make the demon baby. So all that you gotta do is get rid of the demon, and then that's the problem solved right there. First, we'd have to actually find the thing, but once that's done, we can start to take some action. Thanks to her religious background, Margaret is actually uniquely qualified for demon fighting. She could stock up on some crucifixes and holy water, and then go all Father Gabriel on that sucker and cast it out exorcist style. I'd bring in Father Brennan too for his expertise in battling such a beast, and also as a meat shield just in case things go horribly wrong. If the demon exists in a physical state, then that's even better news for us, because then all that we need to do is grab the boomstick and a chainsaw and take it out with good old-fashioned violence, or just burn the entire building down like I mentioned before. The next day, while on a field trip, Margaret tries to ask Father Gabriel about Carlita's history, but the man refuses to get into it, probably because he noticed one of the other nuns grilling them down from the front of the bus, while everyone else is busy. She decides to secretly ask Carlita if anyone from the orphanage has ever done anything to her that she found upsetting, and the girl nervously confesses that she often has strong visions that she can't easily distinguish from reality. Margaret tries relating this to her own experiences as a kid, telling the girl that the visions are all in her head, but Carlita gets upset that she doesn't believe her and storms off. Eventually, she's able to find Carlita sitting in an empty room next to a horrifying vision of zombified Sister Angelica. But before she can even process what she's seeing, one of the other nuns shows up saying that there's been a riot and they need to leave right away. While rushing back to the bus, Margaret here is suddenly dragged away into the rioting crowd before she's able to get to safety. Terrified and overwhelmed, she experiences a sudden hallucination of a demonic creature grabbing onto her and licking the side of her face with its disgusting, slimy tongue. The woman screams out in horror, but in reality she's perfectly fine, and after witnessing her panic attack, Sister Silva decides that the two of them need to talk. That night, while putting the girls to bed, a nun comes and says that Sister Silva wants to speak to Margaret in her office. She explains that her job is to look after the well-being of everyone at the orphanage, including Margaret herself, and says that she and Cardinal Lawrence are starting to worry about her. They've decided that they're going to push back her taking the veil, but they also want her to cut off her relationship with Carlita, fearing that the girl's condition is what's been causing Margaret's own hallucinations to suddenly start up again. Margaret argues back that it's the nun's own mistreatment of the girl that has caused things to get so bad. But after hearing this direct challenge to her authority, Sister Silva doubles down on her position, saying that Margaret is not to speak to Carlita ever again, or else. On the way back to her apartment, Margaret spots Paolo for the first time since that night at the club and orders her driver to pull over, saying that she'll walk the rest of the way home. She immediately starts shouting to the man, but for some reason he tries to pretend like he doesn't know her. Chasing after him, he begins to profusely apologize for what happened, begging Margaret to stop following him. But when she tries to ask what he's sorry for, his only response is to just look for the mark. Suddenly, Paolo is hit head-on by a speeding truck, carrying him away several feet into the side of a building. Margaret instantly rushes over to help him, but it's no use, and the man quickly dies from his injuries before she can speak to him anymore. And this right here is why you always look both ways before crossing the road. Paolo might be a dead end, but this gives me some ideas for ways where she can find out more about what's really going on. For starters, if Paolo knew something, then his friend might too. The guy's name was Alfonso, and if he's a regular at that bar, then Margaret might have a chance of finding him there, or the bartenders might at least be able to point her in the right direction. I'd track him down and see if he could tell me anything. Ask some questions, get some answers. Pre-cell phone era. Besides those two, there was one other person at the club with Margaret that night. Her roommate, Luz. It would suck to get betrayed by her own roommate, but it's also exactly the sort of thing that this kind of cultish organization would do. I'd try to find out more from her, either by appealing to her good side through friendship or by tricking her in some way to spill the beans. All of these terrible things happening makes it seem like time is quickly running out, but soon she's going to find out that the truth is worse than anything she could have ever imagined. The following day, Margaret and the girls all gather around to watch her roommate Luz prepare to officially join the sisterhood. While the others are distracted, Margaret quietly sneaks away to Sister Silva's office and finds a secret key hidden beneath the woman's desk. Turning around, she notices strange creases in the wallpaper behind her and inserts the key into a small hole hidden within the murals, revealing a mysterious secret door. At the bottom of the staircase, she comes to a dark underground chamber where she finds a cabinet full of files all marked with the name Sienna. The most recent, Sienna 14, appears to be a normal, healthy infant girl, but the others are all horrifically disfigured in some way and seem to have perished shortly after being born. After seeing this, Margaret grabs the files, rushes back up to Carlita, and tries to sneak them both out of the building, but they're quickly surrounded by Sister Silva and her squad. Horrified, she retreats into a nearby bedroom, blocks the door with a chair, and grabs a wooden stick from the bed frame, promising to keep Carlita safe, but the nuns quickly barge in and overpower her. In the scuffle, she sees the mark of the devil scarred into the roof of Carlita's mouth, and suddenly realizes that everything Father Brennan tried to warn her about was true, as the other nuns drag her away to lock her up in the bad room. Okay, this is right up there with Sydney Sweeney in Immaculate, How to Beat video, we already did that one, check it out, when it comes to bad escape attempts. It was a solid enough idea, the only problem was in the terrible execution. The worst part is that, unlike Cecilia, these nuns barely even knew that Margaret was onto them, and yet, somehow, she didn't even manage to make it off of the property without getting caught. I hate to say it, Margaret, but it looks like you f***ed up. You goofed! This one's really bad because Margaret here had the cold, hard evidence of what these creeps had been up to right there in her hands. All she needed to do was make like the penguins of Madagascar and just
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
her way out of there, but instead she decided to act as suspiciously as humanly possible right in front of the exact people who she was trying to be steering clear of. You know, bad move, Margaret. The plan was simple. Sneak out with the files, show the world the proof, and only come back for the kid once it was safe. It's been less than 24 hours since she was specifically told by Sister Silva not to go anywhere near Carlita, and yet she seriously tried to just run up and grab her in front of all the nuns. I'm sorry, but what exactly was the plan here? Now they're both caught red-handed, and who knows what these freaks are gonna do to the two of them if they don't escape soon. The worst part of all is that Margaret doesn't even realize that she's just in the prequel, and there's a whole nother nightmare's worth of terrifying events coming down the line that she could have just prevented if she'd just handled things a little bit more wisely. When you blow your best and only chance at saving the world from a demon baby, I'm sorry, Margaret, but you f***ed up. While trapped in the dark, suffocating room, Margaret begins to experience more terrifying hallucinations of demonic figures and some sort of dark ritual. She quickly starts to panic, repeating to herself over and over again that what she's seeing isn't real, when suddenly good old zombie Angelica lunges out of the darkness and attacks her. Just then, Father Gabriel rushes into the room, saying that he has the files, and came to get her out of there, and the two of them make a fast escape back to Brennan's place. According to Gabriel, Brennan here had tried approaching him the same way that he did with Margaret. He thought that he was crazy too at first, but after everything that's just happened, he also realized that Brennan was right all along. Margaret tries to go back for Carlita, but the others warn her that it would be too dangerous, insisting that their only chance of stopping them is to prove to the rest of the world what Cardinal Lawrence and his followers are trying to do. Looking over the files, Brennan explains that the reason why there have been so many attempts is because they need a male son to complete the ritual. But through the course of their experiments, they've come to believe that the only way to achieve this is by using Carlita to repeat the process again. Grabbing the original photo, Margaret points out that the infant has the birthmark on her head, while Carlita has hers on the roof of her mouth, which means that the child in the picture must be something else. That's when they discover the shocking truth. The photo actually belongs to the file for Sienna 5, the only other child labeled healthy, who was born at 6 a.m. on June 6, 1950, making her exactly Margaret's age. This explains how Paulo knew about the mark. Margaret is Sienna 5, and Cardinal Lawrence wasn't waiting to use Carlita for the ritual. That night that Luz took Margaret out and got her drunk, they performed the ritual on her. Reaching up to her scalp confirms their worst fears. She has the mark, hidden there for the last 31 years, confirming without a doubt that Margaret herself is a child of the demon. Panicking, Margaret immediately tries to make a break for it, but Brennan holds her back, explaining that the damage is already done. Tonight is June 6th, meaning that even though she's shown no signs of pregnancy, her child should be due in just a few short hours, and the cult is inevitably going to come for her very soon. Their only hope is to rush her to a trusted doctor on the other side of the city before the baby is born. but the cult is going to make sure that she doesn't get away by any means necessary. It isn't long into the trip before they notice another car speeding up aggressively right behind them. Father Brennan tells the driver to take evasive action, and for a minute it looks like they actually might have lost them. But then, all of a sudden, the same car violently slams into them at the next intersection, hitting them so hard that it pushes them all the way over to the other side of the road. Okay, man, they were so close, and the worst part is that they might have actually gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Wait, no, that's Scooby-Doo. If they hadn't made one critical mistake. Gabriel said that they could trust their driver, but they should have known that the pissed-off nuns would be looking for their car. This actually gives them an opportunity because they could have used the car as a meat shield and sent it out first to see if they were being followed. They could have even had Gabriel and Margaret swap clothes and then sent him out there dressed like Margaret to get in the car while the cult goes after them. Brennan and Margaret sneak away to the doctor, the demon baby goes bye-bye, boom, and the world is saved. Could have pulled it off if they'd just been a bit more clever. But now, Margaret's not going anywhere, and what happens next is absolutely insane. Margaret staggers out of the car alone, stunned but mostly unharmed, and begins violently thrashing around on the sidewalk like she's been possessed. Falling to her knees, she looks down at her stomach, completely horrified, as she suddenly goes from nothing to super pregnant. And that's when the other cult members show up to drag her away. When Margaret finally wakes up, she realizes that she's been taken back to the ritual chamber and locked to a bed. A nurse comes and injects her with some kind of sedatives, leaving Margaret powerless to fight back as they roll her away through the tunnels to an operating room. Seeing the bright light, the girl imagines going towards it, but the nuns quickly pull her back down and get to work. It's a tough watch, and when it's all over, they realize that there are actually two children, a baby girl and a baby boy. The cult here is absolutely thrilled, and while they're all busy admiring the little boy, someone comes along and stitches Margaret back up. Calling out to Cardinal Lawrence, she asks to hold the baby for herself, but when he leans down over her, Margaret suddenly lunges up and stabs him in the neck with one of the surgeon's tools. After taking him out, Margaret takes the baby and backs up to the other side of the room, but Sister Silva steps in and wrestles the kid away from her before she can decide what to do. As soon as the child is safely out of the way, her own friend Luz comes along and stabs her in the gut, and the cult sets the chamber on fire, leaving Margaret and the other twin behind. Luckily, Carlita gets Margaret back on her feet before it's too late, and as the three of them are escaping, she sees the demonic jackal-looking thing that's unfortunately technically now her baby daddy burning in the flames. As part of the cult's evil plan, the baby boy is given to U.S. Ambassador Robert Thorne, with hopes that his family's powerful status will help to secretly spread their influence. As for Margaret, Carlita, and the baby girl, the three of them escape to a small house somewhere far out in the mountains. They manage to live there peacefully for 3 years, until one night, Father Brennan shows up at their front door to warn them that the cult somehow knows that they're still alive. Margaret makes it clear that they aren't looking for visitors, but as he leaves, he tells her that the family named the baby boy Damien, and his reign of terror is about to begin. Well, those were some decisions. I gotta say, as far as movies go, The First Omen, kinda good. I f with it. And I really do like The Omen. The First Omen, classic shit, crazy death scenes. Go watch the OG Omen. And part 2, good score. Part 3, you can skip part 3. First Omen, triple salute. I f***s with it. Thanks for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
Impact confirmed. The Slayer has been activated.
Demonic threat level increasing.
Hold the line!
All the power of hell cowering before one man.
id Software presents Doom, The Dark Ages. Available now on Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and PC.
Rated M for mature.
If you were hosting a late-night talk show that was suddenly interrupted by a surprise guest appearance. From a bloodthirsty demon, what would you do? This up-and-coming funny man is willing to do whatever it takes to reach the top, but he's about to learn the hard way that when you make a deal with the devil for fame and fortune, the last laugh is always on you. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the demonic interview in Late Night with the Devil. This man is about to have the biggest night of his career, but what he doesn't realize is that it's also going to be his last. Our story takes us all the way back to the 1970s, a borderline prehistoric time when people actually watched cable TV instead of doom scrolling on their phones and binging the latest direct-to-streaming Netflix series. For many Americans, their only escape from the horrors of everyday life are late-night talk shows, where they can laugh their troubles away from the comfort of their living rooms. Jack Delroy, a beloved radio personality from Chicago, enters the scene as the host of the new talk show Night Owls. The talk show takes off as a big hit with the viewers, and Jack eventually accepts a lucrative 5-year contract with the head of the UBC. But he's constantly chasing that #1 spot, always trapped just a little behind the more popular hosts. Throughout the pressure, Jack's wife, Maddie, a famous actress, is always there to support him, but there's another side to Jack's life that he'd rather keep secret. Going as far back as his radio days, there have been rumors that Jack belongs to a group called The Grove, a mysterious organization of powerful men who meet in secret somewhere out in the California redwoods to perform dark rituals for fame and fortune beyond their wildest dreams. At the height of Jack's career, his world was sent into a tailspin when Maddie was diagnosed with terminal cancer. As the disease worsened, she made a surprise guest appearance on Jack's show. It was their most viewed episode ever, but still came up short of the top spot. And 2 weeks later, Maddie tragically passed away. Heartbroken, Jack disappeared from television for a month, until one night when he made his triumphant return to the show. Still, nothing he tried seemed to work. So, on Halloween night, Jack planned an episode that he hoped would finally turn things around, never suspecting that it would be the last show that he would ever film. Okay, this guy is willing to do anything for the top spot. It won't be long before he realizes that he's made a huge mistake. But first, let's take a second to break down how we ended up here. Around the start of the 1950s, variety-style talk shows moved from the radio to the center of the American living room, along with the rising popularity of the home television set. The combination of topical humor, a witty, charismatic host, celebrity interviews, comedy sketches, and musical performances seemed to resonate with American audiences, landing these shows the coveted primetime slot. Every night from the hours of around 7 to 11 p.m., Americans looking to unwind from a long day's work tuned in to watch their favorite host crack a few jokes, while television networks made a killing from the extremely valuable advertising opportunities. The fact that I just had to explain all that to you guys just shows how old I really am. What the f***? But the television wasn't the only thing on the rise in the early 70s. Besides the ongoing conflicts around the world and growing civil unrest, the decade marked a steep rise in the interest and fear of the occult. These sensational groups made for great news stories, which kept a general fear of the occult at the forefront of public attention. But the fear of forbidden offerings to dark entities in exchange for worldly gains wasn't only limited to openly fiendish groups. That's where Jack comes in, and more importantly, his connections to the secret organization called The Grove. As a physical location, The Grove is a real-life 300,000-acre campground located among the redwoods of Northern California. Each summer, it's home to a 2-week-long retreat for some of the most powerful and influential men from all around the world. The club is basically a men-only, invite-only, extremely high-security sausage fest, where these prominent figures gather to unwind and exchange ideas somewhere out of the public view. But many people believe that there's more to the story than what they're willing to tell us. And although they would never tell you themselves, it's been suspected that the nightly activities may involve a fair bit of dabbling in the dark dark arts. We're talking ritualistic ceremonies in front of 40-foot-tall owl statues. It's weird. It's weird. Anyway, the Grove uses an owl as their mascot, and throughout Jack's show, we'll see owl imagery plastered all over the set, even in the show's name, Night Owls. This could be intended as a constant reminder of exactly who Jack owes his rise to fame to. Even the station's motto, "Let's shake on it," seems innocent enough on its own, but takes on a whole new meaning when you understand the people who Jack became involved with in his quest for popularity. Throughout the history of late-night television, household names like Jay Leno, David Letterman, and Conan O'Brien have all experienced ratings scares at some point in their careers, but managed to bounce back by reworking aspects of their show to keep the audience interested. Only one person can be number one, and a lot of that comes down to circumstances beyond anyone's control. So instead of making deals with the devil, it's probably just safer to be satisfied with the success that you've been able to find on your own. Jack probably has his suspicions about what happened with his wife, but tonight he's going to find out that these dark forces are very real, and they never forget to collect on their debts. Jack's co-host Gus opens the show by introducing the night's guests.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
A medium, a magician, a parapsychologist, and a young girl named Lily, who's the subject of the Doctor's new book, Conversations with the Devil, after getting the audience warmed up with some topical jokes about sports and politics. Jack admits that he's feeling a little bit nervous, as tonight marks the start of Sweeps Week, where the show's ratings are going to be measured to see if he still deserves the valuable midnight time slot and the advertising opportunities that come with it. Still, he says that his real motivation for putting on a good show is to give back to his audience for supporting him through all of the tough times. But as we're about to see, that's not completely true, and Jack introduces the segment by explaining that there's been a growing interest in paranormal phenomena all over the country, saying that the audience should keep an open mind about what comes next. They open the doors from the backstage, and out comes a psychic, Christo, a large craniumed man in a fancy gold jacket who claims to be able to contact the spirits of the dead. The man starts receiving signals, reaching out into the crowd for anyone who might have some association with the letter P. He tries names like Peter, Pete, Peterson, until one guy finally speaks up that his wife's maiden name was Peter Mann. But she's not dead. She left him several years ago after having an affair with his neighbor. Christo keeps trying to get somewhere with this dude without having any success, and as the audience begins to treat his whole performance like a comedy act, he decides that he better regroup and get another spirit on the line, adding that he's only a messenger and sometimes things get lost in translation. Now Christo makes a beeline for two women conveniently sitting in the front row, and without much effort manages to guess that they're the mother and older sister of a boy named Edmund. Somehow, he's able to correctly guess that Edmund tragically passed away without leaving them much closure, and he tells the women that Edmund wants to apologize for what happened, saying that he still loves them both very much. It's a heartwarming moment, and Christo manages to win the audience back over to his side. But just before cutting to commercial break, something incredibly strange happens. The man suddenly becomes overtaken with an intense pain, causing him to scream out the name Minnie as his eyes begin to roll back in his head. He shouts something about an unmarried man with a wedding ring, begging them to step forward as the power in the studio surges and briefly goes out. The spirit finally leaves, and Christo picks himself up off of the ground, but he and the audience are clearly shaken up, so they decide to cut to a commercial break. Okay, well, that definitely took an unexpected turn right there at the end. Although mediumship has been practiced by cultures from all around the world, It saw a major resurgence here in the United States during the mid-1800s, along with the rise of the spiritualism movement. Many people genuinely believe that these mediums possess a unique ability to somehow act as a conduit between the living and the spirit world, and are able to find closure and guidance from making use of their service. But as of now, there exists no concrete evidence that confirm these powers are real. From a skeptic's perspective, they believe that what mediums are really doing is using a combination of clever tricks similar to those used by magicians to essentially put on a good show. One of these techniques, called cold reading, is most likely what Christo was using here. Cold reading starts by observing the audience and making educated assumptions about their backgrounds. Next, the medium starts throwing out vague statements, like listing off last names that start with the letter P, until they're finally able to lock onto an individual in the crowd. The medium then continues fishing for information without appearing to ask a direct question, and lets the confirmation bias of the audience members take over, making it seem as if they've really done something, when in reality, they're only playing a spooky game of 20 questions. We can see how this backfired on Christo during his first reading, and when he was forced to turn to the two women planted in the front row, who he'd clearly been told about ahead of time to win back the audience's trust. Now, if Christo here was really the professional that he claimed to be, then you'd expect him to know that conjuring spirits can be incredibly dangerous. The thing is, you can't always know exactly who you're really contacting, and could easily end up inviting the wrong spirit in. To me, it definitely seems like Christo is at least a little bit full of crap. But there might be a few signs that he actually may have succeeded in conjuring something by accident. There were several points during the segment where the film glitched out, and it's possible that contact with spirits caused some electromagnetic interference. At one moment while Christo was interviewing the two women, a ghost clearly appeared on the tape standing just to Jack's right. And another glitch happened just before Christo started to freak out. They'd be hard to catch by the producers who are watching the show, but from the looks of things, it seems like Christo actually did conjure a real spirit. And since I'm pretty sure that he's a fraud, that's probably not a good thing. The pain that he felt might have been the spirit momentarily possessing him, since he technically opened the doors and let it in. Obviously, Jack and the others here in the studio have no idea what's just happened, and besides those hardly noticeable glitches in the film, there's nothing right now to even indicate that they've made contact with a dangerous spirit, unless they already believe that it's possible. Then the next steps would be to immediately stop the show, make it clear to any spirits who are around that you're no longer open to surprise visitors, and then seek help from the expert of your choice. As it stands though, Jack only knows that they're putting on a good show, and things are about to get a whole lot crazier before they realize what they've actually done. Backstage, Gus tries to pull Jack aside and ask him some questions about one of the upcoming acts. Some of the crew couldn't help but notice that sacrificial dagger, but Jack's pushy producer, Leo, quickly chases him away. Leo tells him that there are two high-ranking executives from the network watching in the front row. With the commercial break about to end, Jack takes a seat back on stage. The show's makeup artist comes to clean them up, but Christo, who's been staring off blankly into the distance the whole time, violently grabs her arm and tells her to stop. Before getting started, Jack warns him that the next guest is going to play the role of the devil's advocate. The cameras cut back on, and after welcoming the audience back, Jack introduces the next act. Carmichael Haig, a former magician who's since become one of the top minds behind scientific skepticism. The man casually strolls up onto the stage and impresses the audience with a few sleight-of-hand tricks. But the point of this is to demonstrate that you can't always believe what you see. Jack explains Carmichael's background as a paranormal investigator, and the man says that he does it to expose the ones like Christo, who try to cheat people out of their money. He even walks around with a $100,000 check in his pocket for anyone who can prove that paranormal phenomena are real. A check that he never really expects to actually give away. An argument quickly breaks out between the two guests, with Carmichael insinuating that the other is a fraud, and Christo insisting that his abilities are real. Furious, Christo throws water in the man's face and tries to storm off of the stage, but Jack stops him, saying that he wants to talk about the last spirit who tried to come through. someone named Minnie. Standing up, Jack confesses that Minnie was actually a nickname of his deceased wife, and reveals that he is the unmarried man wearing a wedding ring. All of a sudden, Christo collapses to the floor and starts projectile vomiting tons of black slime all over Carmichael and the cameras, forcing Jack to quickly cut to another commercial break. Okay, that was special. Was he acting, or is there something much more sinister at play here? Let's start with the evidence to support that Christo was a fraud all along. For starters, there were plenty of chances where Christo could have seen that Jack still wears his wedding ring. And since he's such a big celebrity, what happened to Jack's wife is more or less common knowledge. As for his wife's nickname, that could have easily been a lucky guess, something that he found out from someone else ahead of time. Or Jack himself could have set this whole thing up to boost their ratings. With that being said, there were also signs that Christo may not have been faking it after all. He suddenly developed a bad cough right after conjuring Maddie's spirit, which would match up with her diagnosis, and even seemed surprised himself at how powerful the feeling of the spirit's presence had been, almost as if he'd done this hundreds of times before. But this was the first time that anything real has actually happened. Then we have the black vomit that he just yacked up all over the studio. If we're going with the theory that he's been possessed, then that's a sure sign that our buddy Christo here has a certified demon inside him. But there are also other ways to explain it. Google says that it could also be a sign of internal bleeding, which means that Christo needs to get to a doctor before he ends up on the other end of the spirit phone, if you know what I'm saying. Later, Carmichael mentions that this could have just been another trick from his act, but putting on that kind of performance would have been a challenge even for Christo. If you ask me, Jack's next guests need to either be Scooby-Doo or the Ghostbusters before anyone else starts puking up demon slime all over the studio. The most frustrating aspect of all is that Jack and the others still have almost no reason to suspect that they're actually in the presence of a dangerous spirit. I'd say that it's time to pump the brakes on any more spirit conjuring for tonight, and to keep things a little bit more low-key for the rest of the evening. But Jack's quest to reach the top means that he can hardly think about anything else. And that's going to have some major consequences when we see what they're about to do next. While Gus distracts the audience, the producers rush Christo off stage and start scrambling to get the place cleaned up. The show starts back up again, and to introduce the next act, Jack recalls a story of how he recently discovered a book that he hasn't been able to get out of his head since he started reading it. Conversations with the Devil by Dr. June Russ Mitchell. Dr. June appears first, with Lily, a young orphan who was rescued from a cult, quickly walking right past Jack and taking center stage as she looks directly into the camera with an uncanny smile. When Jack shakes her hand, he quickly notices that the girl has a surprisingly strong grip, and when she takes her seat, she continues speaking directly into the camera, almost as if she's looking straight at the audience through their TV screens. Chuckling, Jack reminds her that they can speak to each other like a normal conversation, and starts the interview off by asking Lily if she's ever seen his show. The girl says that she hasn't, but quickly adds that she does know Jack. In particular, she knows that his wife recently passed away from cancer, and expresses how sorry she is for his loss. She also knows that he's worried about the show's ratings, but reassures Jack that he'll be very famous soon. During the break, another strange event catches Jack's attention. As the makeup artist comes to touch everyone up, the girl asks if she already looks pretty, in a voice that's unnaturally similar to his late wife's. Before he can react, Dr. June quickly pulls Jack backstage, saying that she's starting to get worried. The girl seems to be becoming more and more unpredictable, to the point where yesterday she slipped into a dissociative state and started saying Jack's name as if she was trying to remember something, which the doctor says that she can't explain. She's starting to have second thoughts about the production, but Jack insists that they need to keep going. And that's when Leo shows up to interrupt the conversation. He says that he just received a call from the hospital. Christo is dead, having experienced some sort of internal hemorrhage in the ambulance. Jack is completely shocked, but with the commercials about to end, he's forced to put it out of his mind and get back to work. Meanwhile, Carmichael the skeptic finds out from the two women in the audience that they were given a survey and asked questions about their personal lives from a producer before the show started. further proving his point that Christo was really a fraud all along. Jack welcomes the audience back and begins to ask June about her professional background, but she's feeling highly on edge after their last conversation and immediately gets into an argument with the skeptic over the legitimacy of her work. She's able to shut the man down and get back to the conversation, where she explains that she genuinely believes that Lily is possessed by a demonic spirit, adding that these demons are stronger if they can keep their victims confused as to their true identity. As for Lily, she's taken to calling the entity Mr. Wriggles and choosing this name for the way that he seems to wriggle around inside of her head. Suddenly, the studio's theremin device begins going crazy even though no one's playing it. And when Gus reaches over to shut it down, he's immediately hit with a powerful electric shock. The noise grows louder and more intense until the glasses on the table in front of them suddenly start to explode. But Carmichael fixes things by simply unplugging the instrument, explaining that it must have been feedback from the studio's PA system. It's a good explanation, but Lily insists that this was no production mistake. According to the girl, her friend Mr. Wriggles is among them right now. And, seeing an opportunity for some incredible TV, Jack asks the girl if they can bring the demon himself onto the show as a guest. June says that it's a bad idea, but after getting some serious pressure from Jack, the audience, and even the skeptic, she reluctantly agrees to give it a try. Okay, these idiots are about to make a very bad decision. I don't care if you're a believer or not, it's common knowledge that you never invite a demon in, especially after the last guy who puked up black slime until he f***ing died. Jack might think that he's in the process of filming the episode of a lifetime, but by the time that this next interview is over, he and everyone else in the studio are going to be in for one hell of a finale. The instant that Lily here came out on stage, the warning signs started to pile up that she genuinely could be possessed by a demonic spirit. The girl's behaviors have been incredibly strange, even before coming to the show, going all the way back to those pictures that they have of her standing on the roof of a hospital like some kind of creepy Batman. Here, she seems oddly disconnected from reality, as if there are two people within herself that are both struggling for control. The camera also glitched as soon as she came out on stage, and Jack noticed that the girl had an extremely strong grip when they shook hands, a telltale sign of demonic possession. She's also somehow able to look straight into the next camera just before the angles switch, as if she can somehow predict which camera they're going to cut to next. But the strangest thing of all is that, for a second there, she 100% spoke in the voice of Jack's dead wife. And if that's not a red flag, then I don't know what is. Plus, we know that demons prefer to latch themselves on to traumatized children. And what could be more traumatic than being born into a death cult that was planning to use you as a sacrifice? The unexplainable phenomena have also made a serious increase since June and Lily here showed up. Poor Gus was damn near electrocuted by that theremin. And when the glasses were breaking, you could even see an image of Maddie's face briefly appear in the mirror on the table. The worst part is that some guy named Steve, who appears to be the camera operator, keeps trying to tell someone about the glitches, but the others are too busy trying to squeeze this episode for all that it's worth to bother paying him any attention. Even Dr. June herself believes that Lily here is possessed by a demon, so I have to ask, what in the world would make her think that it's a good idea to try conjuring up this bad boy live on air? She was fully against doing anything like that just a few minutes ago, but all it took was some peer pressure from Jack and the audience to change her mind. If we really think that there's a demonic spirit controlling Lily, then the last thing that anyone should be doing is calling it out for an interview. What they need to do is get this girl to a priest or a spiritual healer and see if they can't send Mr. Wriggles back to the underworld where he belongs. They could even do it during an episode, and then Jack would be able to go down as the first host in history to successfully exorcise a demonic entity on live TV. Plus, bringing them back for a second appearance would definitely draw in some viewers. It's the classic strategy of leaving the audience on a cliffhanger to make sure that they tune in next week to see how it all played out. They could even have another follow-up interview where they see how the girl is doing after the exorcism. The episodes practically write themselves here. Instead, Jack is so focused on the short term that he's about to put everyone in the studio in danger. And by the time that they realize what they've done, it'll already be way too late. During the commercial break, Gus rushes over to Jack, saying that he's heard what happened to Christo, and is getting worried that they're toying with forces beyond their control. As for Jack, he thinks that they're already in too deep. insisting that they need these ratings to save the jobs of everyone on the show. The cameras roll on set, now enveloped in complete darkness except for a single spotlight on June and Lily. After doing her best to prepare everyone for what they should expect, June begins putting the girl into a hypnotic state, instructing her to close her eyes and let herself fall asleep. Once she's deep in the trance, June asks for Mr. Wriggles to come out and say hello. At first, it seems like nothing's happening, but just then, Lily begins to struggle violently in her chair, as if she's being overcome by some unseen force. The doctor commands the spirit to speak, and as Lily raises her head for the first time, she can see that there's been a clear change in the girl's appearance, her face becoming strangely scarred and distorted, and her voice taking on a deep, undeniably demonic tone. The girl abruptly turns to face Jack, saying that the two of them have met before under the tall trees. When the doctor tries to recenter her focus, the girl flies into an offensive attack where she suggests that the doctor and Jack have been seeing each other, possibly before his wife's death, and warns them both that what happened to Maddie was no coincidence, implying that her illness was the price that Jack had to pay for his fame. Losing control, June pulls back and slaps the girl hard across the face. But when she leans forward to apologize, Lily's face briefly transforms into a demonic scrawl. As she takes a violent chomp at the doctor's hand, June draws a pendant from her shirt, reciting an incantation as she attempts to end the ritual, but it's no use, and the demon only laughs with sick satisfaction. Suddenly, a bolt of blue energy begins to race around the studio, and the chair that Lily's sitting in starts to levitate several feet off of the ground. The girl screams, but then just as suddenly as it began, it seems like Lily is back in control, with Jack cutting to commercial break while they collect their thoughts. Okay, forget cutting to a break. If I were one of the guys working in this studio, then I would have been halfway down the block the instant that Lily here started going full exorcist mode. You can't just tie a kid to a chair on live TV and try to use her as a conduit for the legions of hell. Besides, I'd say that this kid's already been through enough paranormal activity for one lifetime, hasn't she? That's not to mention that they've already had plenty of a heads up that this was not going to end well. Before June and Lily came out, they played a tape from only a few months back where the doctor tried to communicate with the demon for the first time, in broad daylight at 2:30 p.m. I might add. And from the sound of things, it seems like they completely lost control of the situation almost immediately. Sure, having a repeat of that might make for some really compelling television if you manage to survive the encounter, but even if they're somehow able to bring Lily back, knowing that the world saw a live broadcast of her acting like that would seriously be traumatic for the poor kid. And we need to take her welfare into consideration too. Now, there's still a way for both of them to get what they want out of this, which for the doctor is to prove that her work is legit, and for Jack to be the most famous man on TV. And that's by rescheduling this interview to happen again under more controlled conditions. That way, the doctor can have everything set up exactly how she needs to, and Jack can still get his story plus have the added benefit of having time to build hype for the episode to maximize views. And they won't be putting a live studio audience in danger in the process. The problem here was that Dr. June herself set them up for failure. She needed Lily to be completely focused on her, but it was painfully obvious that Lily was focused on everything but her. And before the demonstration even started, she was hardly even speaking to Lily at all. If there were any doubts that the girl is genuinely possessed, I think that we can now safely put those to bed. The camera glitched again when she turned to look at Jack, and this time, an image of his dead wife's face appeared on the back of the girl's head. She also mentioned how they first met in the tall trees, which can only be a reference to some shady shit he did back at the Grove. There's almost no way that Lily herself would know about Jack's past, but access to a hidden knowledge is another telltale sign of demonic possession. And you know what else is too? How about the girl's chair suddenly levitating several feet off the damn ground? The sudden change in her voice, the scars appearing on her face. It's a demon! Case closed. No further evidence required, but now they've just invited this entity onto the set. And now that the door is open, shutting it is going to be a lot more difficult. Dr. June here seems to think that she's the only one in control, but really, it could be the demon that's been playing her all along. She claims to be the expert, but her response to the demon gives away that that's probably not the case. When she was trying to cast it back out of the girl, she took out what appeared to be some kind of Nazar amulet, which originates from the Middle East. But the prayer that she was reciting, Vade Retro Santana, comes from the medieval West. The doctor here is all over the place, and clearly, whatever she was trying didn't work. The demon even seemed to think that it was funny. They're playing with fire here, and with no one around who's actually qualified to deal with this kind of thing, it won't be much longer before they end up getting burned. After the break, Jack starts off by apologizing to the audience for the crazy that they've just witnessed, and reassures them that Lily is 100% alright. But that's when Carmichael here decides that he's been quiet for long enough. He insists that everything that happened with Lily, the levitation, the physical changes to her face and all, was nothing but clever showmanship, and says that he's going to prove it. First, he needs a volunteer, and it looks like Gus is on deck. After dimming the lights and making sure that Gus feels comfortable, the skeptic pulls out a large pocket watch and tells everyone to focus directly on it, including Gus himself, the audience, and the camera for the viewers back home. All of a sudden, Gus says that he's starting to feel itchy, and when he reaches for a cut on his neck from shaving, dozens of earthworms begin appearing from the wound. Terrified, Gus reaches down and tears open his stomach as a pile of blood and worms comes falling out. With the audience in shock, he leans forward as another larger worm suddenly explodes out of his eyeball. But just when it looks like the man is done for, Carmichael releases everyone from the trance, and they're all shocked to see that Gus is completely fine. With that, Carmichael takes his seat back on stage, proudly declaring that his demonstration was a resounding success. He's convinced that this proves without a doubt that June and Lily are just an act, but the doctor maintains that Lily's condition is much more than just smoke and mirrors. To prove it one way or the other, Jack has the producers play back the tape of Gus and Carmichael, and what they see leaves everyone in the studio in a state of shock. On the tape, Carmichael can clearly be heard placing the image of the worms inside of Gus and the audience's heads. And when these worms were supposedly coming out of his body, everyone can clearly see that Gus was unharmed. Still, June insists that she never hypnotized anyone in the studio, and to prove their point, Lily suggests that they should play back the footage of her experience instead. This time, when they play back the tapes, the footage is exactly how they remember it, with no signs of trickery involved at all. Carmichael still refuses to buy it, but suddenly, there's a glitch in the tape, and a concerned Jack orders the producers to play it back frame by frame. Following his instructions, they click through the tape one moment at a time, when, all of a sudden, for a single frame, they see the ghost of Maddie standing right behind them with her hand on Jack's shoulder. The audience watches in stunned silence as Carmichael starts to accuse Jack of pulling some kind of trick to boost his ratings. But from the look on Jack's face, it's painfully obvious that this wasn't meant to be part of the show. Out of nowhere, an aura of blue electricity begins to emit from Lily's body. And when Jack reaches over to help her, all of the lights in the studio surge and go out. When the lights come back, the girl is standing completely upright in the middle of the stage, a bolt of electricity passing through her body from the teleprompter at the front of the set and into the rigging up above. Suddenly, her head splits completely in half down the middle, as supernatural flames begin to pour out of her skull. And the audience and crew take this as their cue to get the absolute out of there while they still can. Terrified, Gus gets to his feet and pulls out a religious neckpiece for protection, but the demon effortlessly snaps his neck completely around so that his head is facing backwards on his shoulders, killing the man instantly. Now it's June who jumps out of her seat, using the medallion from earlier in the night to try to get Lily back under control, but the demon hoists her several feet into the air by the chain, sending Jack flying backwards through the air and slicing June's neck open before anyone can intervene. In a last-ditch effort for his life to be spared, Carmichael swears his allegiance to the demon, and even tries to pay it off with the check that he keeps in his pocket, but the demon only laughs in his face, causing him to burn alive from the inside out. As she turns forward, the camera zooms in directly on Lily, and a demonic face is seen appearing in the static before a card reading station difficulties finally cuts off the broadcast. Okay, and that's the show, folks. Thanks for stopping by, and make sure to tune in next week for more unspeakable horrors beyond human comprehension. That was insane. Well, Jack, it looks like you finally got what you were after, but something tells me that this isn't how you saw it playing out when you were signing your name in blood on the dotted line during one of your demonic camping trips. I'll admit, that was some pretty damn compelling television, but since I can't give you an Emmy, I'll give you this instead. Jack, you f***ed up! This one's special because it's a f*** up that's been in the making for the better part of 2 decades. Little Jack, the radio host from Chicago, got so angry for fame that you decided to get involved with a secret society and made a pact with the literal devil himself that resulted in the tragic death of the only person who actually loved you, your wife, Maddie, who seemed like a much better person if we're going to keep it real. Going full Jerry Springer with it is one thing, but becoming so obsessed with getting the #1 spot that you literally conjure a demon live on the air is a whole different story. The worst part is that there were so many opportunities to call it a night. Christo suddenly collapsing after inviting the spirits in was one thing. You know, maybe he just had a headache. But projectile vomiting black slime? I'm sorry, but we're stopping everything right the f there. You just had to keep pushing it, didn't you, Jack? Then out comes creepy Lily here, and one of the first things that she did was start speaking in the voice of your dead wife. Not enough? Well, levitating up several feet into the air while shouting more obscenities than an Xbox lobby definitely should have been. That was your cue to wrap the show, call a priest, and consider turning to a life of religion. But now, at least 4 people are dead, with who knows how many more on the way. And it looks like you're about to be trapped in your own personal version of hell, where every night is a rerun of the worst night of your life. Sorry, Jack, but do I even really need to say it again? You f*** up! Suddenly, the show begins to play back from the very beginning as if nothing happened, but Jack can tell right away that something is not right. The audience cackles at him with demonic laughter, and he begins slipping through time, reliving the most famous moments of his show, including his final interview with his dying wife. After several terrifying visions, Jack now finds himself back in the moment where he signed his first major deal, and 2 cult members lead him away to meet with their leader, who forces him to kneel before a studio executive dressed as a giant owl while he drinks from a goblet of unknown liquid. The stage pulls back, and there's Maddie on her deathbed, who says that she knows her death was his sacrifice for fame. Gasping for breath, she begs Jack to end her pain with the sacrificial dagger. But when he does, he sees that he's somehow back in the original studio, with the girl Lily having taken his wife's place. Left speechless by the carnage around him, Jack starts desperately trying to wake himself up, hoping that this was all another trick of his mind, but it's no use. As the camera cuts to black, a message at the bottom of the screen simply reads, "So it is done." And it looks like Jack here has just learned the most important lesson of all. If you're going to make a deal with the devil, make sure that you read the fine print. Okay, boom. That shit was awesome. I fucking love this movie so much, and it was so much fun to cover it for How to Beat. Let me know what you guys thought down in the comments below. How would you have navigated the spookiest night on television? Don't forget to like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos exactly like this one. Stay out of the grove. I'm that guy. We'll see you in the next episode, and have a damn good day. If your only child became possessed by an ancient demonic spirit, what would you do? This unsuspecting family has an unwelcome visitor, and their entire world is about to be turned upside down. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the demon Pazuzu in The Exorcist. There's something evil about to be uncovered that should have stayed buried. At a dig site somewhere in the deserts of northern Iraq, this priest and archaeologist, Father Marin, gets word from one of his helpers that they've found something that he needs to see. Searching through the rubble, he uncovers a medallion of Saint Joseph that doesn't seem to come from the same time period, as well as a strange, demonic-looking stone idol. He doesn't realize it yet, but he's just made the most dangerous discovery of his life. A few days later, he ends up having to take some medication to help with his anxiety while he's eating at a restaurant. Clearly, things haven't been going so well since he found the artifact. Marin decides to head back to the United States, but first, he stops by the team's office to let them know that he'll be leaving. While there, as he's taking another look at the idol, the clock on the wall mysteriously stops working. Making his way out of the city, he's nearly run over by a speeding horse carriage, but stops just in time. It's starting to look like something powerful must be out to get him. Before leaving the country, Marin returns to the dig site one last time. There, high above the rest of the ruins, he sees that they've uncovered a large statue with claws, sharp teeth, and 2 pairs of bird-like wings. Okay, Father Marin here needs to be careful. He might not know exactly what he's just released, but if he's paying attention, then the recent unexplainable events and string of bad luck that have been following him ever since he found that stone artifact should be clear warning signs that he's under attack by a demonic spirit. Now, when you're going toe-to-toe with a demon, one of the most important pieces of information is to know exactly what it is you're up against. Marin here doesn't have access to the internet working to his advantage, which means that, unfortunately, a simple Google reverse image search of the object isn't going to be an option. However, as an archaeologist, he does have access to knowledge about the ancient cultures which he's studying. So by doing this research, he could start to put the pieces together. The dig site where he's working is an ancient Mesopotamian city known as Hatra, which historians believe was founded sometime during the 2nd or 3rd century BC. Knowing this, Marin could search through any available research covering the gods and demons that were important to this culture, and by comparing their physical descriptions to the item that he found, it wouldn't be long before he'd realize that the head belonged to the demon Pazuzu, an extremely powerful entity and the king of the evil wind demons. Pazuzu's described as having a dog-like body covered in scales instead of fur, the tail of a scorpion, the wings and talons of a large bird, and the horns of a gazelle. That's an intimidating look, but according to ancient beliefs, Pazuzu could actually be helpful or harmful to humans, although it looks like Marin has definitely ended up on his bad side. Trouble seems to have started when Marin accidentally released old Pazuzu here from his cave. Based on the medallion of St. Joseph that he found nearby, it seems like another group of priests once visited the site long ago, and possibly encountered the same demonic spirit before doing what they could to seal it away underground. While your first instinct in this scenario might be to just take a sledgehammer and pulverize the artifact into dust, this ruins the risk of unintentionally making the demon even more angry and powerful, so it's probably better to take a more calculated approach. Instead of fleeing back to the States and hoping for it all to just blow over, what Marin really needs to do here is swipe the idol from the team's office and bring it right back to the cave where he found it. After burying it deep underground and leaving a warning for others to never excavate that particular area again, he should consecrate the ground by using holy water and salt, which should hopefully keep the demon at bay for at least another several hundred years. Then, it's time to start having his assistants be the ones who touch any unknown objects first, or just retire from archaeology altogether and find a nice house down by the beach to peacefully settle down, while being sure to always look both ways whenever he crosses the street, just in case. After all, once you've awakened an ancient demon, there's no such thing as being too careful. Early one morning in the neighborhood of Georgetown, Washington, D.C., actress Chris McNeil hears strange noises coming from the attic of the house that she's rented. After getting up to investigate, she decides to peek into her daughter Reagan's bedroom, and it seems like the girl slept all night with her window open, even though it's uncomfortably cold outside. Downstairs, Chris runs into the housekeeper Carl in the kitchen and tells him that she thinks there's a rat problem in the attic. It takes some convincing, but he eventually agrees to set up some traps, although he insists that the house is completely clean. Meanwhile, this priest, Father Damien, makes a trip to New York City to visit his sick mother. While he's taking the subway to her neighborhood, a homeless man asks him if he can spare any change, but the priest only ignores him and goes on his way. After arriving at his mother's apartment, he tends to the bandages on her leg and tries to convince her to move into an old folks' home, but she insists that she she'd rather stay in her own house. Back in Georgetown, Chris discovers a Ouija board in the basement, and Reagan explains that she started playing with it by herself after finding the board in a closet. Setting it up, the woman says that she wants to play together, but the planchette immediately zips across the board, pointing towards the no response, confused. Chris thinks that it must have been a prank by her daughter, but Reagan explains that it's actually her friend, Captain Howdy, who controls the board and answers her whenever she plays. Trying to show her how it works, Reagan asks the board another question, but it seems like her friend refuses to answer as long as her mother is in the room. Okay, this is not good. These days, most people don't believe in demonic possession, but whether you're a believer or a skeptic, could you spot the warning signs before it was too late? Demonic attacks usually come in 3 stages: infestation, oppression, and finally, full-blown possession. The victim first must invite the demon in, which can happen in several ways, like deliberately speaking an incantation, participating in a seance, or even playing with a spirit board. Once the doors open, stage 1, infestation can begin. Here you'll start to experience strange smells, furniture moving without being touched, and unexplainable sounds and visions. Next up is oppression, where the victim comes under physical attack, with the demon negatively affecting your life in any way that it can in order to break down your spirit. And finally, there's possession. This one's hard to miss because by now, someone's crawling up the walls and vomiting green slime. Time to break out the holy water. Now, you know how to spot a demonic attack, so be careful out there and always keep that door to the other side shut. Now let's apply this knowledge to what's going on with Chris and Reagan here, starting with the noises in the attic. Although rats might seem like the most logical answer, something tells me that there's really a much bigger problem. It might be time for Chris to go up and have a look around for herself, and if she doesn't see any signs of wildlife like her housekeeper says, then she should seriously consider that there could be a more supernatural explanation, since strange knocking sounds are one of the most well-known warning signs for the early stages of demonic activity. If the noises from the attic were the appetizer, then Captain Howdy and the Ouija board are definitely the main course. Something that isn't Reagan or her mom clearly moved that planchette over the word no, the instant that Chris tried to get involved. And for anyone with even the tiniest bit of common sense, that's a one-way ticket to Red Flag City. Right now, the girl's experiencing the infestation stage, and by using the persona of Captain Howdy, the demon is trying to get the permission that it needs to really get this party started. What Chris needs to do here is burn that Ouija board. Despite what he says, Captain Howdy is definitely not her friend. Noises coming from the attic, and decides to have a look for herself. After seeing that the light switch doesn't work, she lights a candle and climbs up into the darkness, where she starts searching between the rows of old furniture, looking for any signs of trouble. Instead, all that she finds are some of Carl's rat traps, noticing that the bait was never even touched. Just then, she hears a noise from somewhere behind her, and the candle suddenly goes out in a huge burst of flame. At the same moment, she's frightened by Carl, who comes peeking up through the hole in the floor to point out the lack of rats. Meanwhile, across town at the church, the priest comes in to set up some flowers for the mass, only to find that the statue of Mary has been bizarrely desecrated in a way that looks similar to the statues of the demon, and also the arts and crafts that Reagan has been making in her basement. Chris decides to take Reagan to see the doctor, and while she's having some tests done, the girl briefly has a vision of a pale, demonic creature. That's when the demon's influence begins to take over, and she starts behaving strangely, shouting at the doctors and refusing to cooperate. Calling Chris into his office, the doctor says that he believes Reagan is suffering from a nerve disorder and prescribes the girl Ritalin to see if it will help. He suspects that Reagan's symptoms could be stemming from feelings of depression after her father left, but admits that psychiatric work is out of his field. Before she leaves the office, the doctor asks Chris if Reagan has been known to swear, and although her mother says that she doesn't, he tells her that the girl was cursing like a sailor throughout her whole exam. Still, he recommends that they hold off from visiting a psychiatrist for at least a few weeks, so that they can see how the medication performs. Okay, the warning signs keep adding up, but unfortunately for Reagan, the adults just don't seem to see the big picture here. By now, the possession is already well underway, which we can clearly see from everything that's been going on. For starters, they're still hearing sounds from the attic, even though it's been proven for a fact that Ratatouille isn't the cause of the problem. Not only that, but any candles that they bring up there seem to turn into flamethrowers, which at best could be the sign of a gas leak, and at worst means the demon is becoming more powerful. The most concerning signs of all, though, are what's been happening with Reagan herself. The girl's reports of her bed shaking during the night, along with unexplained swearing and changes in personality, make it clear that she's entered into the oppression stage of the possession process. At this point, the demon is using these methods to attack her psychologically so that it can gain more control and become more powerful as her defenses start to break down. Right about now, you might be thinking that it's time to call a priest, and you'd be right, but there's one big problem. Reagan and her mother are stuck in a tough spot because even if they realized the truth about what's happening, then they'd still need to exhaust all of their more traditional options before the church will approve them for an exorcism. They're not making much progress with the doctor, and he isn't willing to refer them to a psychiatrist just yet. But they might be able to speed up the process by going to a psychologist instead. In the simplest terms, the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist is that only a psychiatrist can prescribe medication. While you do need a referral to see a psychiatrist, you do not need one to see a psychologist. And so they might be able to override the doctor here by going straight to a psychologist for themselves. At this stage, no medical professional is going to be much help. But the point is to be able to prove that you've at least tried looking at all of the logical explanations before making your case to a priest. In the meantime, there are a few things that Chris could try for herself to get a better understanding of what's happening. For starters, she should try spending a few nights in Reagan's room just to see what happens. Also, because of her changes in behavior, it'd be a good idea to put a lock on Reagan's bedroom window. That way, she won't be able to sneak out and get into any trouble in the middle of the night. If the bed starts shaking or somehow the window inexplicably becomes unlocked, then they'll have more evidence in their favor when it comes time to start moving towards an official exorcism. That day, Damien gets word that his mother has taken a turn for the worse, forcing his uncle to admit her to a psychiatric hospital. When he goes to visit her, he finds his mother bedridden, and she blames him for ending up there. Although he promises to get her out, the truth is that he doesn't have the funds to send her somewhere better, and so he's forced to leave her behind once again. Sometime later, back at the house in Georgetown, Chris decides to host a gathering for her wealthy friends. While the others enjoy the party, she goes upstairs to check on her daughter, who appears to be asleep. But as soon as she leaves the room, the girl's eyes shoot open. Back downstairs, Chris's good friend and director Burke Dennings gets too drunk and starts causing a ruckus, so they end up having to send him home before he gets into any more trouble. Now that things are settled down, the remaining guests gather around the piano to sing some songs, but that's when Reagan decides to crash the party. With a blank expression on her face, she tells one of the men who's an astronaut that he's going to die on his next mission, before urinating on the rug. Chris takes the girl back up to sleep, but as soon as she starts walking downstairs, she hears screaming and crashing coming from Reagan's room. Running inside, Chris sees that the entire bed is shaking as if being violently attacked by some unseen force. The girl begs her to make it stop, but there's nothing that she can do. Meanwhile, Damien's friend, Father Dyer, goes to visit him at his apartment. The man's torn up about not being there for his mother when she died, so Dyer chats with him for a while before tucking him into bed and heading out. While sleeping, Damien has a nightmare where he sees his mother climbing up from a subway entrance and silently begging for his help, before turning around and going back into the tunnel, with brief flashes of the same demonic face that's been appearing to Reagan showing up in between. The next day, Chris takes Reagan for another visit to the doctor, where the girl becomes increasingly violent, swearing and spitting at the man while he tries to give her a sedative. Once they finally get things under control, he explains that the symptoms could be caused by damage to her temporal lobe. Although they'll need to perform some tests to find out, the doctor promises that the surgery to fix it should be simple enough if that turns out to be the answer. The test is an extremely unpleasant procedure, frightening Reagan with the loud noises of the machinery and forcing her to endure some very painful preparations. What's even worse is that, when the scans are finally complete, her brain seems to be completely normal. Although this should be a good sign, it leaves them without any explanation for her change in behavior. Chris's assistant Sharon calls the office and says that she needs to come to the house right right away. As soon as they arrive, they rush upstairs where they find the girl flailing around on her bed and screaming at the top of her lungs. One of the doctors tries to approach her, but she slaps him away with surprising strength, violently resisting and swearing at them until they're finally able to give her some sedatives that temporarily knock her out. Okay, although the doctors here are still searching for answers, it's clear that Reagan has officially entered the final stage of the process and fallen under full demonic possession. We can see this from the rapid escalation of the attacks, as well as the sudden changes to her personality, her convulsions while in bed, ability to throw doctors around the room with the strength of an adult man, and the voice changing into a disturbing growl are all key indicators that the demon is now more in control over her body than Reagan is herself. Right now, what they need to do is take whatever measures that they can to slow the demon down. For starters, it's way past time to throw that Ouija board out if they've still got it. There's no telling how much help that'll be now, but it obviously couldn't make things much worse. Besides that, they should also nail Reagan's bed to the floor so that it can't shake around anymore. Before she ends up hurting someone, they need to find a way to contain her newfound strength, possibly by keeping her on low doses of the sedatives until they can figure out what's wrong. After doing what she can by herself, it'd be time for Chris to call in the experts. Then I'd insist on taking the girl to see a psychiatrist and calling a priest if all else failed. After a while, the doctors exit the room looking like they've been going through it, and explains that they believe that the girl is showing this strange increase in strength as a reaction to the extreme stress that she's been feeling. They're still convinced that it's a problem with her temporal lobe, which causes Chris to completely freak out, furious that that's the best explanation that they can come up with. Before turning the case over to a psychiatrist, the doctors say that they want to run one more type of test, which should either catch what they missed on the first time around, or at least help to eliminate some other possibilities. With no other choice, they take Reagan and hook her up to another frightening machine, but the scans come back as completely normal once again. Unsure how this could be possible, the doctors finally suggest that they reach out to a psychiatrist. When Chris returns home, the lights in the house are flickering and the phone is ringing, but when she picks it up, there's no answer. Not only that, but the house is completely empty, with her assistant nowhere in sight. Heading upstairs, she finds Reagan asleep in her bed, and the bedroom window sitting wide open despite the cold. Just then, Sharon returns, explaining that Burke had stopped by while Chris was out, and so she left him to watch Reagan while she ran to the store for the girl's medication. But while they're talking, the doorbell rings. It's another of Chris's coworkers, and he tells them that Burke was found dead after taking a fall down a large outdoor staircase next to the house. Horrified, Chris takes the news incredibly hard, but there's nothing that he can do but leave. As soon as he's gone, she hears something rushing down the steps. Turning to look, she suddenly sees Reagan climbing down the stairs upside down like a spider and roaring in a demonic voice with blood pouring out of her mouth. Okay, I'd like to see the doctors try to explain this one. They probably still think that it's a psychiatric disorder, but you know what I think? Chris, you f***ed up. And the worst part is that there were plenty of warning signs which someone decided to ignore. Demonic possession, ooh, it seems too crazy to be true, right? Wrong. Right from the jump, we've got the Ouija board and Captain Howdy. I mean, seriously, explain to me how you knew exactly what the board was, but then didn't get suspicious when your kid told you that she'd made up a new imaginary friend by using it? Hello, Earth to Chris. I don't care what you believe. If your kid starts saying stuff like that, then it's time to drop a holy hand grenade into the basement with no further hesitation. Now, after watching your kid body slam a full-grown man like she was John Cena fighting for the title belt, did you really think that it was a good idea to leave her under the sole supervision of your college-aged secretary? It's no wonder that someone ended up getting killed, which, let's be real here, Reagan is 100% responsible for. Your assistant says that she left Burke to watch her, and what do you know, not even 15 minutes later he's dead. And she's crawling around the crib like a circus performer with a screw loose. Are you seriously going to tell me that Burke here just took a tumble after seeing some like that? Because I, for one, am not buying it. And I hate to say it, but you are squarely to blame. When you can't see the obvious warning signs of a possession until your own kid is spider walking down the stairs right in your face, Chris, you up. Sometime later, they finally get a psychiatrist to visit the house, and he puts Reagan under hypnosis, attempting to speak to the personality that's been controlling her. As soon as he calls the personality forward, a picture of the girl inexplicably jumps off of their shelves across the room. Reagan's face twists into a pained expression before suddenly reaching out and grabbing the psychiatrist's leg, tackling him to the ground and attempting to bite him while the other doctor uses all his strength to pull her away. The next day, Damien is running some laps on the track when he notices someone watching him from the bleachers. The man introduces himself as Detective Kinderman and says that he's there to ask some questions about Burke's death. It turns out that the man was found with his head turned completely around in a way that would most likely be impossible from a simple fall. He believes that the man's death could be related to the vandalism of the statue of Mary, suggesting that it was possibly the work of a deranged member of the church. And since Damien is the church's psychiatrist, he's hoping that he might be able to point him in the direction of any potential suspects. Damien is not willing to help, however, stating that because of the doctor-patient privilege, he wouldn't tell the detective even if he knew. Meanwhile, Chris takes Reagan to a psychiatric clinic for evaluation, where the doctors speculate that she's suffering from the delusional belief that her body has been possessed by an evil spirit. The woman insists that she won't have her daughter locked away in a hospital, and so they suggest one final idea for an outside solution. Although they don't believe that she's actually possessed by a demon, their hope is that if the girl believes in it herself, then the ritual will cure her symptoms. The problem is that, in modern times, the practice is all but forgotten, and so it could be difficult to find someone who's actually able to help. Back at the house, Chris finds a crucifix tucked under Reagan's pillow, but everyone who might have access to her bedroom swears that they didn't put it there. Just then, the detective shows up at her front door, and she invites him inside to talk. After reviewing the evidence, he says that he finds the circumstances of Burke's death to be very suspicious. In his opinion, a simple fall couldn't have killed the man in such a way. Plus, he questions why Burke would have left a sick little girl all home alone. As unlikely as it may seem, he believes that Burke was killed by a large, powerful man inside of Reagan's bedroom, and then thrown out of the window after his death. Although Chris says that they shouldn't have had any unexpected visitors that night, she agrees to ask Reagan if she noticed anything when she starts to feel better. The detective leaves, but not a moment later, Chris hears a loud crash come from Reagan's room. Running upstairs, she sees all the girl's things being thrown against the window, while her daughter swears in a demonic voice and attacks herself with the crucifix. Horrified, she tries to take the item away, but the girl easily overpowers her, throwing her mother to the floor. Her assistant and the housekeepers rush upstairs to help, but before they can get there, the door slams shut. Suddenly, a large dresser starts sliding straight towards her, but she dodges out of the way just in time. As she crawls for the door, she watches as Reagan's head spins completely around, and the girl begins to taunt her in the voice of her dead friend. With nowhere left to turn, Chris goes to meet up with Damien and asks him for help. But when she brings up the idea of an exorcism, he says that they haven't done that kind of ritual since the discovery of mental illness. Even if he knew how to perform one, he's afraid that doing so would just strengthen the girl's delusions. Also, he'd need to get the church's approval, which would take a lot of time and investigation. Reaching her wit's end, Chris breaks down in tears, begging him to help her daughter. And finally, Damien agrees to check it out. As soon as they get to the house, they can hear the girl crying out in pain from upstairs. Damien enters the room and introduces himself, and the demon responds back, saying that it's the devil himself, and demanding that he loosen the straps that are keeping her tied to the bed. He says that he will if the demon lets Reagan out, but instead, it answers him in the voice of the homeless man who he met on the subway weeks before, adding that his mother is now in hell with them too. Unconvinced, Damien asks the demon to say his mother's maiden name, but when he gets closer, the girl only vomits a huge burst of green slime all over his face. While Chris washes his sweater, Damien explains that in order to move forward with an exorcism, he'll need to collect more evidence to get approval from the church, and personally, he still thinks that the answer is to have her admitted to a psychiatric hospital for observation. On his way out, he asks her if there's any way that Reagan would have known that his mother died recently, and Chris replies that she never told her. Without explaining why, Damien turns and walks away, still unsure of what he really believes. After thinking it over, he decides to go back for another round, this time setting up a recording device in the girl's room so that he can begin gathering evidence for the church. Surprisingly, the demon wants him to perform an exorcism, saying that it would bring the two of them closer together. As he turns on the recorder, the demon reveals that it speaks both Latin and French. That's when Damien pulls out a bottle of holy water and throws it over the girl's body, causing the demon to roll around in pain and begin speaking what seems like gibberish, which he records to investigate later. Downstairs, he explains to Chris that the holy water was really only tap water, and that Reagan's extreme reaction doesn't help with their case for possession. Breaking down, she confesses that she believes that Reagan was the one who killed Burke, shocking him. Okay, this guy's got to be joking, right? After everything that he's seen, he's really still not sure if this girl's possessed by a demon? What's it gonna take to convince him? A written confession from Beelzebub himself? So far, Reagan saying that she's the devil and responding to the fake holy water are his only 2 points of it being a genuine case of possession. But both of these could easily be a trick by the demon to gaslight him into thinking that it isn't real. Let's not forget that it can mimic the homeless man from the subway's voice, somehow knows that his mother died, spits green slime, opens drawers with its mind, possesses superhuman strength, speaks Latin and French, and may have actually killed a guy. That's a pretty tall order for a 12-year-old girl with an undiagnosed psychiatric condition. It's clearly time for an exorcism. But since that's exactly what the demon seems to want him to do, Damien needs to be careful that he's not walking right into a trap. Now that he's got some evidence, he needs to start taking this seriously and make his case to the church, so that he can bring in some reinforcements before getting into any more confrontations with Pazuzu. Later, Damien plays back the recordings to a colleague, and the man points out that the gibberish is just English spoken backwards. Reversing the tape, he hears the demon speaking clearly, including repeating the name Marin several times. While listening again back at his apartment, he gets a call from Chris's assistant asking him to get to the house as soon as possible. When he gets there, Sharon comes out to greet him by the gate, telling him to be quiet because she doesn't want to wake Chris. Leading him upstairs, they come to Reagan's room, where they find out that it's inexplicably cold. The girl appears to be on the verge of death, and worst of all, the words "help me" have appeared as scars on her stomach. In the morning, Damien goes to his superiors at the church to ask for their permission to move forward with an exorcism. After reviewing the evidence, the man agrees, but only on the condition that they call in a more experienced priest to back him up. His superiors talk it over and finally decide that Father Marin is the man for the job, saying that he performed the ritual once before many years ago in Africa, although doing so nearly cost him his life. It's a cold, foggy night when Marin arrives at the house, and not a moment after he starts to introduce himself, the demon loudly bellows his name from upstairs. Deciding that they need to get started as soon as possible, he sends Damien back to the church to gather up the supplies that they'll need, while he prays and prepares himself for the battle ahead. When Damien returns, Marin warns him that the demon will attempt to play games with their minds. If they're going to succeed, then they'll need to focus only on the prayer and must avoid being lured into an argument at all costs. Okay, they need to just hold the phone right now. From his recordings, Damien knows that the demon was specifically looking for a priest named Marin. And now that the guy's actually here, you'd think that that'd be something that he would mention. A simple, hey, just so you know, that demon up there was speaking your name backwards a few nights ago, would have done the trick. And if nothing else, I'm sure that the old-timer would have at least appreciated a friendly heads up. That's not to mention that it shouted his name the minute that it walked in the door. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that that was probably a bad sign. Although, since the demon clearly has some unresolved beef, the best bet might be just to finish things here and now, before it tracks him down when he's even older and not as sharp. Since they know that the demon's main strat is to mess with their heads, before going in, Damien and Marin should each confess anything negative that might be on their minds. That way, they'll both start the battle with a clear conscience, and Pazuzu won't have anything to latch onto. They've got what they need to protect themselves from spiritual attacks, but don't forget that the demon likes to get physical when it can. It might seem silly, but I'd suit up in some riot gear before going in there. That way, I'd also be well protected if Pazuzu decided to throw some hands. It's officially time for the big showdown. Hopefully they can rescue Reagan before her time runs out. Inside the room, the demon is already waiting and starts swearing at them as they prepare the ritual. Marin commands it to be silent, throwing holy water on the girl's body. As soon as he begins the prayer, the demon hawks a huge loogie of yellow snot onto Marin's face, but he wipes it off and continues unfazed. Pressing forward, the two men continue reciting the prayer, which is when the demon turns its attention to Damien instead, taunting him about his mother's death. Just then, the girl's entire bed begins to levitate, and Damien forgets his place in the prayer. Shouting, Marin snaps him back out of it, and they continue as the bed slowly returns to the ground. Marin places his stole on the side of the girl's head, and she begins vomiting more of the strange green slime. Raising his voice, he commands the demon to leave the girl's body as furniture crashes all around the room, and she rotates her head completely around on her shoulders. Suddenly, the entire room starts to shake, and the straps on her wrists tear off as she floats up into the air, throwing holy water over her body. The priests shout over and over, trying to push the demon out, with Damien rushing over to reattach her straps the moment that she lowers back down to the bed. As soon as he turns away, Reagan jumps up and punches him in the back of the head, knocking him to the floor. Just then, the whole room shakes again, throwing them both to the ground. Looking up, they see Reagan kneeling on the bed, waving her arms in the air, and, to Marin's horror, an image of the huge demonic statue appears in the room. After finishing the prayer, Marin suggests that they take a break and start again after they've gotten some rest. Outside, the two gather their thoughts, and Marin explains that the demon is trying to get them to lose faith. Excusing himself, he heads into the bathroom where he takes some of his medication. Meanwhile, Damien decides to enter the room on his own, where he sees a vision of his dead mother sitting in Reagan's bed. The demon begins speaking to him in his mother's voice, causing him to break down into tears, and Marin realizes that he needs to leave right away. Pushing Damien out into the hall, he closes the door to continue the exorcism by himself, but that was his biggest mistake. Okay, this is their last chance to get this right, and so far, it looks like the demon is winning. They're putting up a good fight, but the priests are going to need to get creative if they're going to save Reagan in time. Whatever they decide to do, it's obvious that either one of them going in there alone is an absolutely horrible idea. They know that the demon wins by playing mind games, and there's a very good chance that convincing them to split up was all a part of its plan. They need to stick together, because that way they'll at least have the option to use the other guy as a meat shield if things start to go horribly wrong. The priests have tried their methods, but the truth is that things don't seem to be going in their favor. Now, if Father Marin had done his research back at the dig site and identified Pazuzu as the demon that they were fighting, they'd have the option to take a more creative approach. Here's what I'm thinking. Pazuzu may be powerful, but it's important to remember that he's not the only demon in town. According to historians, on the reverse side of some amulets and statues bearing Pazuzu's image, it's not uncommon to see a depiction of one of his counter-spirits, a protective beast known as Ugalyu. Despite his, let's say, intimidating appearance, with the head of a lion and the talons of an eagle, Ugalyu is actually one of the day demons, making him a friendly spirit to humankind. He's said to intervene just before a disaster, like saving a person from an early death. And in relation to Pazuzu, Ugalyu works as a counter for the demon's bad side. All things considered, he looks exactly like the kind of help that Reagan and the priests could use right about now. And they don't seem to be coming up with any better ideas as it is, so it probably couldn't hurt to at least give it a try, as long as they're careful to not accidentally make matters worse. Downstairs, the doorbell rings, and Chris sees that it's the detective. After praying for a moment, Damien returns to the bedroom, only to find Marin laying dead on the bed with the demon sitting over him. Running to his side, he gives the priest CPR, but it doesn't work, and he realizes that the man is gone. Furious, Damien tackles the girl to the floor, and in the scuffle, she manages to pull the medallion of St. Joseph off of his neck. With no other choice, he shouts at the demon to take him instead, and immediately becomes possessed by her spirit. He begins reaching for the girl in an attempt to kill her, but at the last moment, Damien regains control, hurling himself out of the window and down the stairs outside, where he collapses to the ground, dead. By the time Chris and the detective make it to the room, it's already too late for the priests, but Reagan herself seems to have finally been set free. As a crowd gathers around, Father Dyer runs over to Damien, asking him if he'd like to make a final confession before the end, but the man doesn't answer, having already passed on. Some time later, Chris is completely packed up and ready to move on to their next house. Her assistant hands her the medallion of St. Joseph, explaining that she found it in Reagan's room, and the two hug, saying their final goodbyes. Outside, Father Dyer comes to see them off, and Chris tells him that Reagan doesn't remember anything about what happened, the girl now seemingly completely back to normal. After noticing his collar, Reagan leans in to give the man a kiss on the cheek, although she isn't sure why. As they're driving away, Chris stops the car and calls him over, handing him Damien's necklace, but he tells her to keep it instead, and waves goodbye to Reagan as the car disappears down the road. After taking one more look down the stairs, Dyer turns around to walk home when he notices the detective standing at their gate. The man asks about Reagan, the two of them deciding to get lunch together as they start to become friends.
But what would you do if you were on location shooting a movie and brought your teenage daughter with you, only to find out that she started acting really strange? Would you listen to science that something might have suddenly started to go wrong? Or would you go with God and inquire about an exorcism? Let us know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. Check out the How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this, and be sure to check out the Kill Plan, the new show which just launched on the channel. Leave a like and subscribe, and have a damn good day.
If you were stuck in the middle of the ocean with an ancient vampire trying to feast on your blood, what would you do? There's something evil lurking below deck, and when darkness falls, nobody is safe. Grab your garlic, because I'm here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat Dracula in The Last Voyage of the Demeter. There's about to be blood in the water, but this time it's fangs, not jaws, that you need to be afraid of. It's 1897, and this huge wooden ship, the Demeter, has been hired to transport a mysterious cargo of 50 large crates from Romania to London. Before leaving, they need to recruit 3 more sailors, and the first mate, Wojciech, goes to the nearby tavern to look for some fresh meat. That's where he runs into Englishman Mr. Clemens, a highly educated doctor and astronomer wishing to join the crew, but decides to take on some more experienced hands instead, suspicious of why the man seems to be in such a rush to return back to his home country. Back at the dock, the Romanian locals who brought the crates to port refuse to help the crew load them onto the ship, ominously insisting that they need to leave before sundown and wishing the men good luck. While hoisting one of the crates up, this old man zones out when he sees the image of a black dragon painted onto its side, causing it to fall and nearly crush the captain's grandson, a young boy named Toby. Luckily, Clemens is still watching from the sidelines and tackles the kid out of harm's way just in time. The man rushes off the boat, saying that the dragon is bad news and shouting warnings about the devil's serpent. This leaves the Demeter with an unexpected job opening, and Clemens here is finally invited to join up, but that was his biggest mistake. Once they're safely out to sea, Toby takes Clemens for a tour of the ship, introducing him to their dog, Huck. and the other livestock down in the cargo hold. In the gallery, they meet up with Joseph, a religious man who works as the ship's cook. Later that night, the men are gathered around the dinner table discussing what they'll do with their fat stacks of coins. Just then, a huge wave rocks the boat, causing something in the hold to crash. Clemens sends Toby to get the captain while he goes to see what fell, and that's when he finds something that they never could have expected. One of the crates has busted open, dumping a huge mound of dirt onto the floor. It's strange, but what's even more concerning is what he finds buried inside. A pale, semi-conscious young woman, barely able to breathe, but somehow still clinging to life. Rushing her upstairs, Clemens lays the woman out on a table and determines that she'll need blood transfusions if she's going to live. Despite the crew wanting to dump her in the ocean like they would with any other stowaway, the captain agrees to let her stay, on the condition that Clemens alone will be responsible for her survival. Once he's able to get her stabilized, they place the woman in a temporary room until she fully recovers, and Clemens leaves Toby to watch over her, warning him to yell if the others give them any trouble. They don't realize it yet, but trouble is already aboard, and their worst nightmare is about to begin. We want to break in here really quickly to cover something incredibly important when it comes to survival in any situation. I'm talking, of course, about smelling your best. If some of these victims were smelling incredible, would the killer even attack them in the first place? I'm gonna go ahead and say 100% no. They're a monthly subscription service with over 600 perfumes and colognes. I'm talking heavy hitters like Gucci, Prada, and Versace, as well as indie labels like Skylar, Heretic, and Confessions of Rebel. The best part? Every month you get to pick what you want to receive, so there are no surprises showing up at your door. This week I'm rocking a scent called Ember from Joseph Abad. It's described as a seductive essence of burning incense embers blended with other spicy notes. But I also dig Good Habit, a warm and comforting fragrance that reminds me to take a moment and prioritize my inner peace, which is nice when I'm beating all of these villains. Use my coupon HowToBeat for 55% off at Scentbird. At just a little bit over $7 for your first month, it's available in the USA and Canada starting now. Thanks to Scentbird for sponsoring this video, and check out the links below. Okay, this crew needs to be careful. They might think that the appearance of this suspiciously bloodless woman is nothing but a coincidence, but the truth is that they're about to be neck deep in trouble. The first warning signs started all the way back on the dock, before they even set sail on the high seas. Wojciech here was busy questioning why Clemens wanted to return to England so badly, when what should have caught his attention was the actions of the locals. Not only did the workers who transported the crates refuse to stay anywhere near them past sundown, but they happily paid the crew of the ship more than they were paid to do the job just to get them out of town as quickly as possible. And then there's the one-eyed man who completely flipped out the moment that he saw the image of the dragon painted on the cargo. Not 20 minutes earlier, this man was practically begging to get on the crew, but once he realized what they'd be transporting, his entire attitude changed to that of a guy standing on the corner wearing a sign that says, "The end is near." From his ragged clothes and eagerness to take on a potentially dangerous job like working on a sailboat, it's safe to assume that he wouldn't have passed up the opportunity unless he wholeheartedly believed that whatever was in those boxes would mean death for them all. And although they might think that he's crazy right now, it's probably wise to consider what could have provoked that kind of reaction, and maybe double check the manifest for any red flags before starting the journey. Which brings us to our stowaway with the unexplainable illness. Since the woman clearly needed medical attention or else she'd die, Clemens' first priority was to focus on treating her condition, but as the man in charge, what Captain Elliot needed to do here was immediately send some of his crew to check the rest of the crates for any more unwelcome surprises. After all, why the hell would any sane person stick a comatose woman into a crate, cover her in dirt, and ship her all the way from Romania to England in the first place? That's suspicious to say the least, and for me, it'd be more than enough of a reason to open up every box on board and see what else is stashed inside. Finally, while Clemens here is providing the woman with medical attention, he should examine the rest of her body for any indications of what could have caused her condition. Not only would this help him get a better idea for the treatment that she needs, but he'd also find several suspiciously mouth-shaped wounds on her neck. Even still, this isn't yet definitive proof of a vampire being on board for anyone who prefers more logical explanation, but the warning signs would certainly be adding up. Then they might have had a chance to turn the ship around and dump the cargo back at the port before it was too late. But now that night is falling and they're already far from civilization, it's time for their nocturnal guest to make his first move. As he's looking out over the sea, this sailor, Olgarin, notices a strange demonic creature staring back at him from across the ship. Clemens sees it too, but by the time that he ties off the helm and goes to investigate, both his crewmate and the shadowy figure have completely disappeared. Suddenly, Olgarin grabs him by the shoulder, convinced that something inhuman has gotten on board. Meanwhile, down in the hold, Joseph trips over something large, hidden by the darkness. It's Huck, or what's left of him, with he and all of the livestock having been torn to shreds as if by some bloodthirsty beast. As the crew examines the bodies, some of them try to place the blame on the injured woman, saying that her presence there brings bad luck. Searching for a more logical explanation, Clemens argues that it must have been a case of rabies that drove Huck to attack the other animals, although the marks on the bodies seem to tell a different story. In the morning, the men take the animals' bodies and throw them all overboard, and things are steadily taking a turn for the worse. The weather is rough, the woman hasn't gotten any better, food and morale are running low, and the voyage is still far from over. While checking up on the woman, Clemens learns from the boy that her name is Anna. According to him, she seems to be having bad dreams, and keeps repeating the word feed over and over again in her sleep. Late that night, this sailor Petrovsky hears a loud crash while on watch and goes to find out what happened. Searching around the deck, he notices that something strong has busted straight through one of the hatch covers from down below. Although the culprit is nowhere in sight, that's when he hears a strange groaning noise from just around the corner and sees a pale, hairless figure crawling out from the shadows. Confused, he draws his knife and leans in for a closer look, when suddenly the creature lunges towards him, slashing his throat wide open with one swift move. As he lays on the ground, quickly bleeding out, the creature holds him down and sinks its teeth into his neck, draining the blood from his wound before dragging him off to continue feeding somewhere out of sight. By daylight, the men find the damage and suspect that Petrovsky must have fallen overboard, but Clemens here isn't so sure. He points out that a drunken fall wouldn't explain all of the blood, and that every one of the dead animals had gruesome bite marks on their necks, thinking that somehow the killings could all be related. That's when Anna finally wakes up, immediately rushing over to the crew and shouting that they need to get off of the boat right away. She's completely hysterical, and Clemens has to restrain her until she can calm down, but the uncertainty is already getting to the men, with no one being sure exactly what they should believe. While Clemens takes care of the woman, she explains that they're being systematically targeted by an evil creature who her people call Dracula. He's something between a man and an animal, and has lived in a castle high up in the mountains for hundreds of years, only coming out at night to feed on his innocent victims. The elders offer him sacrifices in order to keep the rest of the community safe, which is how she came to be under his control, revealing several scars all over her body from where he's drained her blood. Petrovsky was one of the first men to meet Dracula face to face, and now that the creature is loose and growing stronger, it's only a matter of time before they all share the same fate. Okay, things are officially getting real. They're already down one sailor, plus a whole voyage worth of chicken nuggets, and if they don't figure out what's going on soon, there's no telling who they'll lose next. After finding the dead dog and livestock, Clemens figures that the most logical cause must have been a rabies outbreak. While this makes sense on the surface, when you really start to look at the details of the attack more closely, the explanation doesn't quite add up. Rabies symptoms include hydrophobia, which means a fear of water, sudden violent outbursts, confusion, and vomiting, among others, which Huck here wasn't showing any signs of before the incident. Chances are you already know Dracula. Romanian folklore tells of similar beings called strigoi, although they were more phantom or beast than man. The well-dressed vampire that we know today came about in the early 1800s when ancient folk tales gained widespread popularity, causing mass hysteria across Europe. To ward off these thirsty undead, herbs like garlic or sacred items such as holy water were often used. When more drastic measures were necessary, people would stake the heart of a suspected vampire with a wooden or metal stick and resort to the decapitation or even complete incineration if no other method proved successful. So, if you're ever trapped on a ship with one like Clemens here, at least you'll know what to do if you managed to survive the night, that is. For the rest of the crew, it's time to get serious. I'd want to start with arming everyone with garlic if there was any on board, holy objects like crucifixes, and wooden stakes to finish the job. Since he only hunts at night, this also means that he must go somewhere to hide or sleep during the day. The enormous hole in the hatch cover indicates that he must have come up out of the hold, which is yet another reason to thoroughly search below deck, especially in those crates, to see if they can catch him while he's snoozing. The crew should grill Anna for as much information as she knows about the creature, specifically any abilities or weaknesses that he has. Later, the woman ends up confessing that she and Dracula share a psychic connection from the repeated feedings. But if Clemens could figure this out ahead of time, then he could use this knowledge to their advantage. In the original novel, one of Dracula's victims, a woman named Mina, also shares such a connection with the vampire, which Professor Van Helsing uses to track the creature's movements. So, if Clemens managed to learn this secret, then he might be able to use the same trick with Anna to find what crate Dracula's hiding in during the day, or to keep track of his location when he's hunting them down by night. For now though, they can only work with the knowledge that they have, and it won't be long before the vampire claims his next victim. That night, while out on watch, this sailor Abrams struggles to light a lantern in the pelting rain, having no idea that Dracula is already stalking him from the shadows. Just then, he hears several knocks on the ship's hull, which the crew use to signal each other when there's trouble. Olgarin hears it too, and comes to check it out, but when Abrams says that it wasn't him knocking, both men draw their knives, afraid that whatever took Petrovsky is about to come for them. Suddenly, the vampire leaps down from one of the masts, landing directly on top of Abrams and repeatedly slamming his face into the deck. Seeing this happen, Olgarin tries climbing up the mast to safety, but the creature quickly closes in behind him, mocking his cries for help as it smiles at him with a mouth full of massive fangs. Sometime later, the others wake up as the ship is battered by the high waves and immediately notice that nobody is manning the helm. After getting things back under control, they search the deck looking for the missing men, only to find Olgarin motionless and bleeding high up among the rigging. He's still alive, although driven mad by what he's seen, and with the same horrific bite marks on his neck. The men restrain Olgarin to a table while Clemens tends to his wounds, finally coming to the realization that they're all being hunted down, one at a time. To keep them safe, the captain orders that they arm themselves, work as teams of 2 for every watch, and begin searching the ship from top to bottom. By sunset, the men start to worry. They haven't found any sign of the creature and know that there isn't much time before it returns. The captain joins them up on the deck, leaving Toby in his quarters with the door locked where he thinks that the boy should be safe. Just then, the injured man begins convulsing wildly, and his eyes glaze over white as he falls under the vampire's control. Hearing a noise, Toby decides to check it out, making his way through a jammed door and into the hold where he finds Olgarin up and walking. At first, it seems like good news, but as the man leans forward and grabs his shoulder, Toby realizes too late that something is horribly wrong. Grabbing him by the collar, Olgarin begins dragging the boy deeper into the shadows. Luckily, he manages to escape when his coat tears off, squeezing through the door and locking himself back in the captain's quarters just in time. Still coming after him, Olgarin begins slamming the door with his head, bashing a hole straight through as the boy takes cover under a table. Hearing the commotion, Clemens hurries down to see what's going on, and Olgarin immediately attacks, with the other sailors rushing in to hold him back. Although help is right outside, Toby suddenly realizes that infected crewmates are about to be the least of his worries. There, crouched in darkness in the corner of the room, is Dracula himself. The men see the creature through the hole in the door, but are powerless to help unless they can somehow get through. Unfortunately, it's already too late, and the vampire lifts Toby off of his feet, sinking its teeth into his neck and feeding on his blood. Thinking quickly, Anna shoots out the lock with a rifle, but by the time that they get to the boy, he's barely clinging to life, and Dracula is nowhere in sight. All that the captain can do is give him blood and pray, but the outlook isn't good, and there's still a long way to go. Okay, talk about a tough break. Losing a few surly sailors is one thing, but this poor kid deserved better. I hate to kick you while you're down, but somebody's gotta say it. Captain Elliot, you up. First off, Toby did seem like he was having fun playing sailor, you know, right up until he got chomped on by a giant demonic bat creature. What made you think that it was a good idea to have your grandson on board in the first place? You should be the first to know that sailing is an incredibly dangerous job, even without bloodthirsty ghouls lurking below deck. The list of reasons to not have an 8-year-old kid on the crew is as long as it is painfully obvious. Although, now there's no telling if any of you will make it back alive. But the bad decisions didn't end there. Remember how those guys back in Romania were so eager to get rid of the crates that they practically pushed the boat out to sea themselves? Bit of a red flag, don't you think? And then there was the livestock with awfully suspicious bite wounds. Oh, and not to mention the friggin' lady falling out of the box, looking paler than a ghost and with not enough blood left in her to feed a tick. They're called warning signs, man, and you might want to start picking up on them a little bit earlier. Think about it. Who's the creature most likely to go after here? A group of heavily armed men wanting to kill it, or the helpless, terrified kid? Let's face it, Captain, you've made some bad calls, and there's no Grandfather of the Year award coming your way, I'm afraid. When your mistakes lead your own grandson to becoming a snack pack for the king vampire himself, Captain Elliot, you up. The men tie Olgarin to the mast while they try to figure out what's gotten into him, but at sunrise he instantly bursts into flames, leaving Wojciech with no choice but to put him out of his misery. As they regroup below deck, Joseph points out the horrifying truth. Whatever infected Olgarin must also be affecting the boy, meaning that Toby will be the next to turn. Clemens reluctantly agrees that it only makes sense, but believes that they may be able to cure him if they can find the vampire before it's too late. Wojciech argues that they're running out of men to keep watch, and can't afford to lose any more while they're hunting the creature down. Ignoring Wojciech's orders, Clemens decides that he's going to search the crates. Anna here insists on coming along, and the two start by grabbing some firearms. Clemens pries open crate after crate, only to find nothing but dirt inside. Eventually, they come to the one that stands out from all of the others, with the seal of the dragon set into its cover. Clemens can't manage to get it open, but that's when Anna discovers a secret mechanism hidden within the metal cap on one of its corners. After opening all of the locks, the two ready themselves before throwing off the lid. Inside, they find still more of the maggot-ridden soil, along with an ornate cane decorated with the head of a wolf. Although Dracula is already gone, Anna correctly points out that this must be where he sleeps. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. They might not know it yet, but finding Dracula's resting place is one of the most essential parts of defeating him. And if they use this discovery to their advantage, then they'll have a massive leg up in the next battle. First though, let's discuss what happened with Olgarin. No one could have expected him to burst into flames as soon as the sunlight hit. But if they reacted more quickly, all that they'd have to do was throw a large blanket or some other cloth over him to smother the flames. Since Dracula seems to only attack at night, it stands to reason that if the vampire himself were to somehow be exposed to the sun, then the same thing should happen to him. So finding a way to use the daylight against him would be a critical move in the fight going forward. They could try destroying the crate so that he has nowhere to hide from the sunlight, or ambushing him when he goes for it, since they know that's where he'll be returning to every morning. With a battle plan in place, the only thing that's left to figure out is how to save the boy. Clemens here doesn't know it, but he's absolutely right. Killing Dracula would lift the curse from Toby, and it's actually the only way to stop him from turning into one of the undead. He'll need to act quickly though, because there's no telling how much longer that the boy will last. Meanwhile, Abrams is on watch when he's suddenly knocked unconscious by Joseph. After tying off the helm, he quietly lowers one of the lifeboats and paddles off on his own into the foggy sea. He doesn't make it far before he hears the steady beating of enormous wings from somewhere in the sky above. Horrified, he begins to pray for his life, but that's when Dracula lands on the boat right behind him, grinning ear to ear at this easy meal. By the time that the lifeboat floats back to the ship, there's nothing left of Joseph but puddles of his blood. Despite their best efforts, Toby passes away that very night, unable to pull through no matter what they tried. In the morning, Clemens informs the captain that they've wrapped the boy's body in a sheet and are prepared to bury him at sea. Anna steps forward and says a few words, but just as they're about to send him overboard, the captain becomes convinced that he saw the boy moving. Pushing the men aside, he reaches down and pulls open the covering to take one last look. The boy's eyes shoot open. Grabbing onto his wrists, he pulls himself up and immediately bursts into flame, screaming in pain and badly burning the captain along with him. Clemens throws the boy into the water and his body descends below the surface, finally free from the vampire's curse. There's only one day left before they reach London, but if they want to make it there alive, then it's time to come up with a plan. Wojciech wants to barricade themselves in the cabin and wait it out, convinced that they can use their guns to hold the vampire off if they need to. Anna, however, points out that the creature isn't afraid of their weapons and could easily kill them all at once. The only reason that it hasn't already is because it wanted to keep them alive to feed on. But with the harbor quickly approaching, their usefulness is about to run out. This leaves them with just one option: kill the vampire by setting a trap and sinking the Demeter before it makes landfall. Furious at the thought of losing his ship, Wojciech reluctantly agrees, but only on the condition that when the time comes, he's going to be the one to do it. As night closes in, the crew quickly gets to work making the necessary preparations. Then, using Anna as bait, they're going to blast Dracula with a rifle shot from the crow's nest before sinking the ship, dipping out of there on the remaining lifeboat and sending his creepy ass down to Davy Jones's locker. With their preparations complete, all that's left to do is check in with the captain. When Clemens tells him that they plan to abandon ship, he draws a revolver and confesses that he's been hearing Dracula's voice in his head. The creature has promised him that it will give Toby back, but only if he can successfully bring the ship to shore. Just when he's about to fire, Anna steps in and he slowly turns the revolver on her as if he's become possessed. Unafraid, she closes the distance and warns him that the vampire is only using Toby's memory as a method of manipulation, convincing him to lay his weapon down and take back control of his own mind. Still, the captain won't abandon his ship and says that instead he'll sail it as far out to sea as he can, so that when it sinks, Dracula will never be able to reach London and claim another innocent victim. Okay, this is a solid plan, but if they really want to make sure that Dracula never strikes again, then they'll need to do things the hard way and confirm the kill. Dracula may be incredibly powerful, but he is not altogether impervious to physical attack. You see, in the novel, Dracula is finally defeated when he's simultaneously decapitated and staked through the heart, which causes him to crumble into dust. Of course, there's no way for Clemens and crew to know these exact details, but common sense says that decapitation almost always does the trick. And if they're already planning to lure the vampire into a trap and wound him, then why not take the opportunity to really finish the job? Before the fight starts, one of the men needs to arm themselves with an axe, while another prepares several large stakes from any sharp wood or metal that they have available. Then, once Dracula's wounded and they're ready to make their escape, cut that sucker's head off and stab him straight in his decrepit old heart, sending him right back to the hell where he belongs. It's risky, but there's also no guarantee that their original plan will work, and at least this way, they'll either kill him off for good or die trying. Since they're most likely going to end up dead anyway, now would be the time to pull out all the stops. It's time for the final showdown, and the crew has one last shot to stop Dracula before he reaches shore, saving countless future victims if they can get the job done. That night, the crew lays in wait for the creature to show up, with the shores of England appearing just on the edge of the horizon. An otherworldly fog envelops the boat, creeping over the decks, and making it all but impossible to see even a few feet ahead. Worried, Clemens tells Anna to hide below deck with the captain, but the woman explains that she and Dracula share a psychic bond after so many years together. He'll come for her no matter where she tries to hide, so her only choice is to stand her ground and end things once and for all. Sure enough, the creature emerges from its resting place, silently stalking them from the edges of the mist. However, something isn't right, and Anna can sense that he's aware of their trap. Suddenly, it grabs onto the rope tied around Abram's waist, pulling him out of the crow's nest and slicing his throat mid-air, leaving his lifeless body dangling from the rigging. Panicking, Wojciech begins to climb back down to the deck, but stops when he hears the sound of the creature's wings circling around him. At first, there's nothing but an eerie stillness until Dracula lunges out of the fog and knocks him off of the rope, sending him crashing down into the hold. He's still alive, but his leg is completely shattered, and the creature is closing in. Knowing that this is most likely the end of the line, Wojciech shouts up to Clemens to prepare the lifeboat and begins making a hole in the ship. While he's focused on his efforts, Dracula sneaks up from behind and grabs him, plunging its fangs into his neck. It's a death blow, but he's already done his job, and now the water is steadily rushing in. With the lifeboat prepared, Clemens rushes in to find him, but the man is dead by the time that he arrives. Grabbing the axe, he circles back to evacuate the captain, who's made his way up to the helm, determined to go down with his ship. As Dracula appears in front of him, he holds up his grandson's rosary necklace in a last act of defiance, but the creature only grins, biting him as it did to the rest of the crew and leaving him there to die. Clemens arrives, finding the captain only moments away from death, and the man makes him promise to tell the world that he went out like a true G before finally succumbing to his injuries. Ready for the final showdown, Clemens shouts into the storm, calling Dracula out, saying that he's only mortal and afraid of death, just like any of his victims. That's when the vampire appears on the roof behind him, spreading its wings with an inhuman shriek as it lunges forward and sends him flying down to the deck below, his axe landing just out of reach. Just when he's about to finish the job, Anna sneaks up from behind and fires a shot straight into Dracula's shoulder, drawing his attention long enough for Clemens to escape. She loads the rifle and takes aim again, but this time the creature flies towards her and knocks the weapon out of her hands. Defenseless, she can't do anything but scream as Dracula grabs her in his wings. But now it's Clemens' turn to return the favor, plunging the axe into his back and grabbing Anna as they rush toward the lifeboat. It's a good try, but before they can